Chapter 990. Halo. What's a halo? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked around. However, he did not see the halo mentioned by the powerhouse Emperor Wu. However, at this moment, he noticed a faint light suddenly shot out from the stone room in front of him. It enveloped him and formed a halo. At this moment, he was completely enveloped by the halo. After an hour, I'll be the only one left in the halo. Then, I'll be able to enter the 4-entry, 1 stone room and obtain the treasure inside. Duan Lingtian shifted his attention elsewhere now that he had the halo. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Apart from the long corridor that he had walked through, there was another long corridor in each of the other 3 directions of the 4-entry, 1 stone room. Don't tell me there's another 3 people. At this moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the origin of the name 4-entry, 1 stone room. 4 to 1. 3 out of 4 would be eliminated and 1 would enter. It seems like I'll have to wait for an hour when there's only 1 person left in the halo. Then, the 4-entry, 1 stone room will officially open. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. I wonder who the other 3 people are. Duan Lingtian looked at the other 3 long corridors with a gleam in his eyes. They're not here yet. It's obvious that they're not strong. It's impossible for them to be Shu Qing, Zhuo Yu, and Peng Bao. It's a good thing that I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that stupid stone man. At that time, my reputation would have been completely ruined. All of a sudden, a loud voice resonated from one of the long corridors and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It made Duan Lingtian's expression turn strange. What a coincidence. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he looked towards the corridor where the voice came from. At the same time, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian? After the tall and sturdy young man walked out of the corridor, he saw the purple-clothed young man standing not far away. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Darn you, we are really fated to meet. Seeing the sturdy young man, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was none other than Huang Daniu. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian, it seems that my luck is not bad. Even the heavens are helping me, allowing me to meet you here. Let's go. Help me get rid of those broken stone men. I want those spirit artifacts and those bottles of pills. Huang Daniu said with shining eyes. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew what the stone man Huang Daniu was talking about was. It was none other than the human-shaped statues that he had destroyed along the way from the long corridor behind him. Those statues couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. However, to Huang Daniu, some of the statues were existences that were hard to defeat. Let's go. Thinking that there was still almost an hour before the opening of the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, Duan Lingtian followed Huang Daniu and entered the long corridor that Huang Daniu came from. Once again, Duan Lingtian destroyed the human-shaped and beast-shaped statues that Huang Daniu couldn't handle one by one. As for Huang Daniu, he was enjoying the fruits of Duan Lingtian's labor. He kept the spirit artifacts and pills in the stone rooms one by one with a smile on his face. Daniu, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing how happy Huang Daniu was, Duan Lingtian decided to pour cold water on him to wake him up. Huh! Huang Daniu looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. It's the independent stone room at the end of the long corridor. Only 1 person can enter. Including you and me, there are a total of 4 people competing. Duan Lingtian told him everything he knew. F***CK. What kind of F***king luck do I have? I can't believe I'm assigned to compete with you. I wonder who are the other 2 unlucky fellas like me. Huang Daniu could not help but curse after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He had a bitter expression on his face as he spoke. Daniu, you've changed so quickly. Who was the one who said he's lucky and that even God is helping him by allowing him to meet me here? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu with a faint smile on his face. He clearly remembered what Huang Daniu said when they first met. Well, I didn't know there was a special stone room at that time. I'm so unlucky to be assigned to the same room as a freak like you. Huang Daniu smiled wryly. Very soon, he recovered. Fortunately, there are 2 unlucky fellas accompanying me. Let's go and see who the other 2 unlucky fellas are. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu returned to the 4 entrances and 1 stone room, they noticed 2 young men standing there. The atmosphere was heavy. The 2 young men stood facing each other. The smell of gunpowder could be felt coming from them. It was only when Duan Lingtian appeared that both of them shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, their faces changed completely. Duan Lingtian. One of them gulped hard, and his face was pale. The other person was not any better. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of fear in his eyes as though he had encountered a ferocious beast. How boring. I thought it would be someone from a second-rate force. I didn't expect it to be the 2 of you. Huang Daniu was standing next to Duan Lingtian. He could not help but feel disappointed when he saw the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he knew why Huang Daniu said that. He wanted to see a second-rate force's disciple being humiliated in front of him. Who knew the person who was assigned to the same room as them was not a second-rate force's disciple? Duan Lingtian had some impression of the 2 people in front of him. One of them was an emotion-severing sect's disciple, and the other was a secular disciple from the Empyrean temple. What? Are the 2 of you going to compete with me? Duan Lingtian walked into the light circle around the independent stone room at a leisurely pace. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 2 people in front of him with a faint smile. No. Of course not. I'll leave now. The 2 of them waved their hands hurriedly and retreated out of the light circle around the independent stone room as though they were escaping. Their figures disappeared into the long corridor that they came from. What a joke. This person was someone who could kill the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force, Izumo sect. How would they dare to compete with him? At once, only Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were left outside of the 4-entry, 1 stone room. Huang Daniu retreated out of the light circle tactfully. Duan Lingtian, you're going to be rich this time. The treasures in this independent 4-entry, 1 stone room, must be extraordinary. Huang Daniu stood outside the light circle and looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not say anything. However, his sparkling eyes showed that he was looking forward to the treasures in the stone room. Time passed by quietly. An hour passed by quickly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the light circle around the stone room flashed, a layer of light shield rose around the light circle and shrouded Duan Lingtian and the 4-entry, 1 stone room. It seemed to have formed an independent space. Daniu, don't touch that light shield. That's a killing formation. Almost at the same time when the light shield rose, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed it and warned Huang Daniu immediately. Huang Daniu nodded solemnly and said, "The door of the stone room is open. Go in quickly." Upon hearing Huang Daniu's reminder, Duan Lingtian noticed that a stone door had appeared at the side of the 4-entry, 1 stone room that was originally closed. The stone door was pushed open and opened. After informing Huang Daniu, Duan Lingtian flew out and entered the stone room. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian entered, the stone door at the side of the stone room closed again, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Unlucky, I'm really unlucky. Huang Daniu shook his head, turned around, and left in search of another opportunity that belonged to him. Duan Lingtian passed through the stone door and entered the spacious stone room. The stone room that entered his eyes was not much different from the stone rooms that he had entered before. If there was a difference, it would be that there was no spirit weapon here, nor was there a pill bottle that stored pills. Rumble. All of a sudden, a soft sound came from behind, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. The moment Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered that the stone door behind him had closed again, trapping him in this airtight stone room. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to break through the door, rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of loud noises came from above, causing Duan Lingtian to raise his head involuntarily. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the ceiling of the stone room move and open by itself, opening up a way for him to leave the stone room. Young man, congratulations. You're 1 step closer to my corpse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy probed again. When the ceiling moved, it activated the polyphony formation in the stone room, allowing the voice of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, to enter his ears again. 1 step closer. Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by the message left by the powerhouse, Emperor Wu. Soon after, he recalled his experience of advancing to the next round and seemed to have understood something. It seems like when I'm advancing to the next round, other places are also advancing to the next round. Only the person who makes it to the end will be able to see the body of the powerhouse, Emperor Wu, and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in his body. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. The treasure in this stone room. Now that Duan Lingtian knew he was not trapped in the stone room, he heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the treasure on the stone platform not far away. It was a plant that was planted in a flower pot. It was completely green and shone with a faint green light. To be more precise, it was a blade of grass. When Duan Lingtian saw the shimmering green light on the blade of grass, he knew it was not simple. However, he could not recognize it. All he could do was search through his memories regarding the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Immortal Spirit Herb. Chapter 991. Immortal Spirit Herb. It's an immortal spirit herb. Ha 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 ha. Xiong Quan's dantian can be repaired. Xiong Quan's dantian can be repaired. Duan Lingtian, whose face was filled with wild joy, lost his composure and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with excitement and joy. Xiong Quan. That year, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Xiong Quan was someone who followed him silently and did his best for him without any complaints. Even to the extent that when he was in danger many times, it was Xiong Quan who helped him out and protected him. A few years later, in the Eternal Jade Restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xiong Quan, in order to protect him, had his dantian crippled by a void initiation stage martial artist and left his side to return to his hometown. Duan Lingtian had never forgotten about the crippling of Xiong Quan's dantian all these years, even to the extent that as time passed, he felt more and more guilty in his heart. He owed Xiong Quan too much. Last time, when the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition ended and he returned to his hometown, he did not see Xiong Quan because of his guilt. At that time, he made up his mind. When he saw Xiong Quan again, Xiong Quan's dantian would be repaired. I originally thought that I would have to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu to obtain the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill to help Xiong Quan repair his dantian. But I never imagined that I would encounter an immortal spirit herb here. Looking at the plant with 3 leaves before him, the excitement in Duan Lingtian's eyes was indescribable. Immortal spirit herb, a legendary medicinal herb. Even in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, the immortal spirit herb only existed in legends. He had only heard of it but never seen it. Today, Duan Lingtian was able to recognize the immortal spirit herb because of the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Although the rebirth martial emperor had never seen an immortal spirit herb before, he had heard many legends about it. He even knew some of the characteristics of the immortal spirit herb. Immortal spirit herbs had upright roots and leaves that flickered with a green glow. Most importantly, the veins on its leaves were completely different from ordinary medicinal herbs. The veins on the leaves of ordinary herbs were straight in the middle and bifurcated on both sides. The patterns on the immortal spirit grass were in the shape of a whirlpool. Strands of green light extended from the center of the whirlpool, giving off an extraordinary feeling. Because of this, Duan Lingtian could confirm that the plant with 2 leaves in front of him was the immortal spirit herb that he had been dreaming of. In the past, he knew about the existence of the immortal spirit herb and knew that it could help Xiong Quan repair his dantian. However, because the immortal spirit grass was too ethereal and illusory, he never thought that he would be able to obtain it. He thought he would only be able to use the quasi-royal grade resurrection pill or even the royal grade resurrection pill to heal Xiong Quan's dantian after he found the great treasure left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. Now that I have this immortal spirit herb, I don't need to wait for the reincarnation Emperor Wu to retrieve the resurrection pill to help Xiong Quan recover his dantian. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. This immortal spirit herb has a total of 3 leaves. I only need one of them to heal Xiong Quan's dantian. As for the other 2 leaves, I'll give one to Brother Zhong so that he can heal sister-in-law's dantian. Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind as he looked at the immortal spirit herb in front of him. Zhong Shouyong's wife, Wang Qiong, also had her dantian damaged and could not cultivate. Perhaps Zhong Shouyong's current strength was far from his, but it was Zhong Shouyong who had saved his life in the Eternal Jade restaurant in the ancient city of Everlast. Otherwise, he would not be where he was today. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Moreover, Zhong Shouyong had saved his life. If Brother Zhong knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and put away the immortal spirit herb as though it was a treasure. The immortal spirit herb was different from ordinary herbs. Ordinary medicinal herbs withered easily. However, the immortal spirit herb was a legendary herb. Even if it left the soil, it would not wither. Looks like I'll have to change my plan after I leave Emperor Wu's secret treasure. I'll return to the Dark Han dynasty first to heal Xiong Quan and sister-in-law's Dantian before I look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. From the moment he killed Lei Zhong, he no longer planned to stay in the Five-Element sect, nor did he plan to stay in the northern desert. He was prepared to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu during his second life. Although he did not know the exact location until now. As long as he could find a rough map of the Cloud Continent, he would be able to confirm the location of the place and retrieve the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. However, now that he had unexpectedly obtained the immortal spirit herb in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, it disrupted his plan. He decided. After leaving the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he was not in a hurry to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He would return to the Dark Han dynasty first to heal Xiong Quan and Wang Qiong's Dantian. As for the rest, he would make other plans later. I wonder what's up there. After putting away the immortal spirit herb, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lifted his head to look at the open ceiling. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he leaped into the air. Whoosh! After a while, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and left the four-entry, one-stone room beneath his feet. He arrived at another place. This seems to be another level of the central palace. Duan Lingtian looked around for a while. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed. The central palace was located in the central area of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was also the resting place of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. His body was stored there. Most of the young powerhouses, including Duan Lingtian, had come for the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Emperor Wu powerhouse. Especially the Emperor Stage profundity fragment. It was a first-rate treasure even in the entire Cloud Continent. One could imagine. After obtaining the Emperor Stage profundity fragment, even if he did not use it himself, he could still find a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse who had comprehended the corresponding profundity and do him a favor. He could even make that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse swear on the 9 heavenly tribulation to protect him for life. Once that 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse obtained the Emperor Stage profundity fragment, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Emperor Wu stage and become an Emperor Wu powerhouse. In that case, it would be equivalent to having an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer. With an Emperor Wu powerhouse as his backer, would he not be able to do whatever he wanted on Cloud Continent in the future? If I'm not mistaken, this palace where the Emperor Wu powerhouse died has a total of 5 floors. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment as he recalled carefully. Although the palace he was in now only had 5 floors, each floor was much taller than an ordinary palace. Therefore, although this palace only had 5 floors, it was exceptionally tall. Young man, welcome to the 2nd floor of Qingfeng Palace. Since you're able to come here, you're qualified to know my title. Qingfeng Emperor Wu is my title. Just as Duan Lingtian took a step forward and realized he had activated another polyphony formation, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Qingfeng Palace? Qingfeng Emperor Wu? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. From the moment he found out about the Emperor Wu's secret treasure to the moment he entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, until just now, he knew nothing about the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. However, now that the Emperor Wu who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure had taken the initiative to introduce himself, Duan Lingtian was finally able to learn his title. As Duan Lingtian who had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, He naturally knew that the Emperor Wu on Cloud Continent had an honorific title that had accompanied him for almost his entire life. For example, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was an honorific title. Qing Feng Emperor Wu was the honorific title of the Emperor Wu powerhouse who had left behind the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This is the second level of Qing Feng Palace. I should have been on the first level previously. Qing Feng Palace has a total of 5 levels. Don't tell me we have to go up one level at a time. Duan Lingtian guessed. As though he was supporting Duan Lingtian's guess, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice continued to reverberate. I've set up the 99 wood person pass on the second level of Qing Feng Palace. The first person to pass the 99 wood person pass will obtain a copper key and be able to ascend to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. After 10 breaths, the mirror image illusory formation will disappear, and the 99 wood person pass will be opened. Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Mirror image illusory formation? Upon hearing Qing Feng Emperor Wu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. He immediately extended his spiritual energy and realized that everything around him was actually an illusion. It was all an illusory mirror image formed by the mirror image illusory formation. It did not really exist. He could only see but not touch. 99 wood person pass? What's that? Wood person? In the next 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian pondered. If it's just wood person, so what if there are many of them? If I force my way through with all my might, they'll all turn into dust. Duan Lingtian was still very confident about his current strength. However, subconsciously, he felt that the 99 wood person pass was not that simple. After all, it was a test left behind by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. This is the second level of Qing Feng Palace. Logically speaking, the 99 wood person pass should be stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first level of Qing Feng Palace. After comparing his experience on the first level of Qing Feng Palace, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. On top of that, the person who passes the 99 wood person pass will only obtain a copper key. Isn't that Qing Feng Emperor Wu too stingy? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he thought to himself. On second thought, he felt that something was amiss. This is the second level of Qing Feng Palace. Logically speaking, the value of the reward obtained from passing this level would definitely not be lower than the Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills on the first level of Qing Feng Palace. Perhaps, there's a secret behind the copper key that I don't know about. Chapter 992. 10 breaths of time was neither long nor short. 10 breaths of time passed quietly as Duan Lingtian's thoughts flashed through his mind. After 10 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the mirror image illusory formation around him had disappeared. At the same time, he appeared in a long corridor again. Compared to the corridor on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace, the corridor on the second floor of Qing Feng Palace seemed to be narrower. Not only that, but there were also wooden figures standing in the corridor on the second floor of Qing Feng Palace. They were particularly eye-catching. These wooden figures were in groups of 2 or 3. They were either standing on the ground or in the air. They completely blocked the path to the other end of the corridor, not allowing anyone to pass. The group of wooden figures that appeared in the corridor were particularly dull. They did not move at all for a long time. So this is the 99 wooden figure stage? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he raised his eyebrows. When Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy, he soon discovered the details of each and every one of the wooden figures that blocked his way. These wooden figures were no different from the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. There was an inscription formation set up in their bodies. There were origin stones and concept fragments in their bodies as well. Although Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy could not detect the exact strength of the concept fragments in the wooden men's bodies, he was still able to do so. However, it was not difficult for him to guess that these wooden figures were much stronger than the human-shaped statues and beast-shaped statues on the first floor of Qing Feng Palace. If that was not the case, there would be no need for them to be divided into the first and second floors. The wood that made them. It's not simple. Soon after, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and discovered the density of the wood that formed the wooden figures was much higher than ordinary stones. So that's how it is. Although these guys are made of wood, their bodies are much stronger than the statues on the first floor of Qingfeng Palace. Once they attack, their movements will be more agile. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He did not dare to underestimate these wooden figures anymore. Right. Qingfeng Emperor Wu once said that only the first person to clear the 99 wooden person stage would be able to obtain the copper key and ascend to the third level of Qingfeng Palace. With a flash of inspiration, Duan Lingtian recalled the content of the message left behind by Qingfeng Emperor Wu. His expression abruptly changed. Damn it. I actually forgot about this. Thinking that he had wasted so much time, Duan Lingtian suddenly became anxious. Why was he attracted by those wooden figures at such a crucial moment? Furthermore, he had even used his spiritual energy to investigate the background of those wooden figures. It was simply superfluous and did not distinguish between the importance of the matter and the importance of the matter. To the current him, the most important thing was to pass the 99 wood puppet stage, obtain the copper key, and ascend to the third floor of Qingfeng Palace. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian no longer dared to hesitate. His body flew out and seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged to the other end of the long corridor. Just as Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and shuttled through the long corridor, he was about 10 meters away from the 3 wooden figures standing at the front. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 wooden figures' stiff bodies suddenly trembled and produced a series of crisp sounds. It was as though they had been completely activated at this moment. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. When he approached the wooden figures, his sharp spiritual energy had already discovered that he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. Moreover, he had activated the inscription formation that activated all the wooden figures in the long corridor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 wooden figures that were closest to Duan Lingtian made their moves almost at the same time. They charged at Duan Lingtian aggressively. The origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed and merged with their concepts. The moment they made their moves, they unleashed a powerful force that enveloped Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 500 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the 3 wooden figures. Subsequently, they charged at Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Even a first-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the first-level void transformation concept would only have the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength without using a spirit weapon. The 3 wooden figures that possessed the strength of 500 ancient horned dragons made their moves. Their strength tore through the sky and caused the air to tremble before it set off a series of ear-piercing air explosions. As the air explosions exploded, a series of airwaves swept out and transformed into a violent wind that blew Duan Lingtian's purple robe and caused it to flutter loudly. Faced with the attack of the 3 wooden figures, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He did not even look at them. Destroy. A cold voice came out of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Nobody knew when, but a 3-foot-long blade that was completely condensed from khaki energy appeared in his slightly raised hand. He suddenly shook it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a series of swift sword whistles that sounded like a storm resonated one after another. They rose and fell one after another without stopping. Whoosh. When the sword whistles disappeared, Duan Lingtian's other hand swept across the sky and easily grabbed the dozens of mid-grade origin stones and 3 concept fragments that appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian continued to charge towards the next wave of wooden figures. As soon as Duan Lingtian charged out, the 3 wooden figures that were originally charging towards him in a menacing manner exploded in the air and transformed into pieces of wood that fell down like rain. Smack, 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 smack. As soon as the hundreds and thousands of pieces of wood that the 3 wooden figures transformed into fell to the ground, another rain of wood began to fall not far away. It did not stop for a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swift purple figure disappeared on the spot and appeared in the depths of the long corridor in the next moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time he appeared, there would be a series of ear-piercing sword whistling sounds. Immediately after, A rain of wood would fall from the sky. Everywhere he passed, the long corridor was covered with countless pieces of wood. I've already killed 78 of them. 3 more to go. 99 wooden stages, 9981. So that's how it is. As soon as he came to a realization, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he charged towards the last 3 wooden figures that were charging towards him. Once again, he transformed into an extremely swift purple lightning. The 3 wooden figures with 800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above each of their heads exploded with the power of origin energy and concept on their bodies. Their thunderous attacks blasted towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Just in time. This time, Duan Lingtian did not use the 3-foot-long sword that was condensed from the khaki energy to deal with them. Instead, he used the most direct method. He punched out with both of his fists. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian punched out with both of his fists at full force. 2 waves of khaki energy that was intertwined with purple lightning and green wind swept out. On top of that, it also emitted waves of sharp aura that belonged to the sword concept. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the narrow long corridor, and a series of obvious echoes reverberated in the air. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. At the same time, the energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's fists swept out without any reservation. It carried an overwhelming force as it annihilated the 3 wooden figures' attacks easily. Wherever the energy passed, the 3 wooden figures' attacks were completely crushed. Even the 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust and completely disappeared from this world. Boom! 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 When the last 3 wooden figures were blasted into dust, a series of thunderous explosions resonated in the air, causing the entire 2nd floor of Qing Feng Palace to tremble. It was as though the ground was shaking. Whoosh! 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 The airwaves that rolled out in all directions set off gusts of strong wind. The broken wood in the long corridor was lifted up, and a long rain of wood began to fall again. At the end of the long corridor, a purple figure stood there. The purple robe on his body fluttered in the wind. It was a purple-clad young man with a cold gaze. He stood there like an invincible god of war. Copper key. Duan Lingtian's gaze immediately fell on a stone platform outside the long corridor. The stone platform stood there alone, and it faintly revealed a sense of desolation. On the stone platform, there was a copper key lying there all by itself. The copper key was crescent-shaped. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was completely different from an ordinary key. The long years did not seem to have left any traces on it. The 3rd floor. I have to go up from here. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the top of the high platform. The ceiling there was exactly the same as the one he saw in the 4-way stone room on the 1st floor of Qing Feng Palace. The surroundings were not sealed, and it was obvious that it could be moved. It hasn't opened yet. Don't tell me the ceiling will only open the way to the 3rd floor of Qing Feng Palace if I take the copper key away. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He no longer hesitated and flew out like a goshawk before landing steadily on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian casually lifted his hand and grabbed the copper key. It hasn't opened yet. At the same time, Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at the ceiling. However, he noticed that the ceiling did not move at all. Instead, the stone platform beneath his feet began to tremble. What's this? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the stone platform beneath his feet with a dumbfounded expression. At this moment, he noticed that an inscription formation had been activated on the stone platform beneath his feet. Not only that, but the inscription formation also released a strange energy that swept towards the long corridor that he came from. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt the ground beneath his feet become empty. The stone platform flew out from the ground and rushed into the long corridor that he came from as soon as it left his feet. This is Chapter 993. The stone platform was not big. In just a blink of an eye, it was surrounded by thousands and thousands of wood shards. The wood shards kept rolling around before they finally transformed into a human shape and formed a brand new giant wooden man. What kind of inscription formation is that? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He was shocked. He could clearly sense it when he extended his spiritual energy earlier. As the inscription formation on the stone platform released a strange energy, the thousands and thousands of wood shards that were piled up on the long corridor began to move restlessly. When the stone platform flew closer, the wood shards seemed to be summoned by something as they rushed toward the stone platform and formed a giant wooden man. This wooden man was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. Its entire body was uneven, but it could not hide the majestic aura that was emitted from its body. There's no origin stone in the stone platform. There's only a concept fragment. The wood shards came from the previous wooden men. They were tainted with origin energy from the mid-grade origin stones that were originally in the wooden men's bodies. But now, the sparse and extremely weak origin energy in these pieces of wood seems to be drawn into the stone platform by something. Hey! It's that inscription formation again. Duan Lingtian, who was puzzled, was shocked when he discovered something. The inscription formation on the strange stone platform actually emitted an extremely terrifying suction force that absorbed the traces of origin energy on the thousands upon thousands of pieces of wood. In just a short moment, the origin energy on the wood shards was completely absorbed by the stone platform. It seemed to have become the giant wooden man's heart as it continued to grow stronger. Boom! Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that he extended out suddenly discovered the origin energy that was being absorbed by the stone platform. It trembled before it completely exploded. In just an instant, a milky white flame surged out of the giant wooden man that was formed by thousands and thousands of wood shards. It was as though it could burn everything. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. 400 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons clearly appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. To mobilize the heaven and earth energy and form such a heaven and earth phenomenon with just his origin energy. It's equivalent to the strength of a third-level void transformation martial artist using just his origin energy. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. As far as he knew, if it was only mid-grade origin stones, then no matter how many there were, the inscription formation formed from them would at most be able to mobilize the origin energy of a martial artist at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. It was equivalent to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Yet now, the giant wooden figure that did not have any origin stones in its body was able to exert origin energy that was comparable to a 3rd-level void transformation stage martial artist. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel astonished from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, this was completely illogical. The origin energy in the giant wooden man's body came from the broken pieces of wood. The origin energy accumulated in the broken pieces of wood came from mid-grade origin stones. Logically speaking, even if all of the origin energy in the broken wood were to fuse together, it would still be impossible to display such a powerful strength. After all, the origin energy came from mid-grade origin stones. Mid-grade origin stones have a huge restriction. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for them to display such a powerful strength through an inscription formation. Duan Lingtian could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, he could only attribute this to one reason. It seems like it can only be because of the inscription formation in the strange stone platform. That mysterious and strange inscription formation is not even in the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath when he thought of this. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not have any records of the inscription formation in his memory, he could find out about it from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's understanding of the inscription Dao. The inscription formation in the strange stone platform was extremely powerful. To be able to combine the weak origin energy in thousands of broken pieces of wood and accumulate it into such a powerful origin energy. That inscription formation is simply heaven-defying. There was a hint of dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although he did not understand the inscription formation at the moment, he had an extremely crazy idea based on the theory of the inscription formation that was currently displayed. If such an inscription formation can be used on a human martial artist, let a human martial artist master the inscription formation and absorb the origin energy of other human martial artists and accumulate the origin energy of all human martial artists. Then, after the origin energy of all human martial artists has been greatly enhanced, it can be unleashed. How terrifying would that be? Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. His scalp went numb. If this idea could really be realized according to his idea, it would definitely cause a stir in the entire Cloud Continent. At that time, the iron law that no matter how many people there were on Cloud Continent, it would be impossible for the weak to defeat the strong would be completely broken. For example, if the origin energy of 100 first-level void transformation stage martial artists could be gathered together through an inscription formation like this, and the accumulated origin energy would be raised to the limit to the 7th level void transformation stage. A 4th level void transformation stage martial artist who could normally easily kill 100 first level void transformation stage martial artists would be instantly killed by the 100 first level void transformation stage martial artists who were raised through the inscription formation in just a blink of an eye. If this inscription formation can really be realized on a human martial artist, I only need to gather 109th level void transformation stage martial artists and accumulate their origin energy. Through this inscription formation, I'll definitely be able to raise the accumulated origin energy to the martial monarch stage. At that time, it's not impossible for 109th level void transformation stage martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Such a crazy idea rose in Duan Lingtian's mind, and his mood swayed along with it. In fact, based on the current situation, although 109th level void transformation stage martial artists gathered together sounded terrifying, the deterrent force was far inferior to a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. Once a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse was faced with 109th level void transformation stage martial artists, he could choose to defeat them one by one and kill all of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artist. However, if he could use the inscription formation in the strange stone platform on one of the 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, he would be able to gather the origin energies of the other 99 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, accumulate, and raise their strength. At that time, it might not be a dream for his origin energy to be raised to the 3rd level martial monarch stage or even the 4th level martial monarch stage. Such strength was enough to kill a 1st level martial monarch stage powerhouse. There's strength in numbers. This was undoubtedly an iron law on Earth in my previous life. Even when I was at my peak in my previous life, the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, I would definitely die if they threw kitchen knives at me at the same time. When he was at his peak in his previous life, although he was known as the strongest weapons specialist on Earth, it was impossible for him to block 100 kitchen knives that were flying at him from all directions. However, on Cloud Continent, there's strength in numbers, but it's only limited to martial artists with similar strength. It's undoubtedly a big joke to want to defeat someone stronger as the weak. For example, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would be fearless even if he were to face 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. Even if he were to fight head-on, it would only be the 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists who would die and not the first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. In terms of cultivation base, the martial artists on Cloud Continent would experience a huge leap every time they advanced to a new level. Wanting to rely on numbers to defeat someone stronger as the weak was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. However, if this inscription formation can be used on human martial artists, it's not impossible for 10,000 ordinary void transformation stage martial artists to join forces to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as flames of desire, and desire rose within them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a swift and ear-piercing sound of wind whistling came and instantly woke Duan Lingtian up. By the time Duan Lingtian reacted, a gigantic fist had already arrived before his eyes. It was just inches away. This made it impossible for him to defend with all his strength. He could only mobilize as much strength as he could to defend himself. Boom! The result was self-evident. Although Duan Lingtian, who was unprepared, managed to mobilize the strength of several hundred ancient horned dragons in a hurry, he was still crushed by the strength contained in the gigantic fist. After the terrifying strength suppressed Duan Lingtian's strength, it landed on Duan Lingtian's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It mercilessly sent Duan Lingtian flying. Barf! Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying, felt his internal organs tremble. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. At the same time, his body flew out uncontrollably like an arrow. It was only after he mobilized his origin energy with great difficulty that he managed to slow down the speed of his flying. Boom! Even so, he still crashed into the wall on the second floor of Qing Feng Palace. His internal organs trembled violently again from the impact, and the blood in his body kept churning. Barf barf! Duan Lingtian spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood again. The origin energy in his body was agitated and somewhat out of control. Boom! 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 At the same time, the sound of air exploding due to the compression of the airflow entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Along with it, there were gusts of wild wind that swept across the ground in all directions. Whoosh! At the same time, another ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard. It swept towards Duan Lingtian as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. The gigantic fist appeared again. It was the gigantic wooden figure that attacked Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Bang! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face changed. The quasi-royal grade spiritual sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He slammed the body of the sword against the wall behind him, and the strength that he mobilized in a hurry swept out. In an instant, Duan Lingtian was pushed back by the rebounding force, and he barely dodged the gigantic wooden figure's punch. Boom! Chapter 994. At this moment, the sturdiness of Qing Feng Palace's walls was apparent. The giant wooden figure's punch that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons smashed on the wall forcefully. Not only did it not penetrate the wall, but it did not even leave a fist mark on the wall. It was obvious that the walls of Qing Feng Palace were made of a special material and were extremely sturdy. 7th level Advance Wind Concept. Duan Lingtian, who dodged the giant wooden figure's punch with the rebounding force, could only feel fear in his heart. When he looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon above the giant wooden figure's head, his eyes could not help but focus. 1,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The giant wooden figure had the strength of 400 ancient horned dragons when its origin energy was fully unleashed. Right now, it had merged its wind concept into its origin energy and transformed it into a gust of green wind that twined around its body. It displayed the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons. In other words, its wind concept was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. It was the 7th level Advance Wind Concept. Duan Lingtian took out a life recovery pill that he refined himself and consumed it. The high-purity life recovery pill allowed his injuries to recover by more than half in just a blink of an eye. Although there were still some injuries in his body, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when he used his full strength to crush the giant wooden figure. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Facing the giant wooden figure that was charging at him again, Duan Lingtian had a cold sneer at the corner of his mouth. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand trembled and suddenly charged out. In an instant, the 3 divine dragons that were formed from the origin energy that had fused 4 types of concepts whizzed out. 3 pairs of eyes flashed as 6 beams of extreme light shot out and left 6 holes on the gigantic wooden figure. Whoosh! However, the giant wooden figure was not a real human after all. After being pierced by Duan Lingtian, it was still so fierce and continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. I almost forgot. It's just a wooden figure. It doesn't have any vital points at all. Duan Lingtian, who mistook the wooden figure for a human martial artist, could not help but smile wryly. He no longer used the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Instead, he charged at the giant wooden figure in a flash. Whoosh! 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 Waves of sword howls that sounded like a storm resounded out of nowhere. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that shot out at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, The gigantic wooden figure was broken into countless pieces of wood and separated again. For a time, only the strange little stone platform was left floating in the void. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy that had been vigilant all this while trembled slightly. He immediately noticed that the inscription formation in the strange stone platform had a strange movement again. It was trying to pull the broken wood on the ground again. It was obvious that it wanted to reassemble into a new giant wooden man and attack him again. Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson, naturally would not allow it to succeed. With a raise of his hand, a vast energy shrouded the stone tablet as it ruthlessly landed on it. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air, and the stone tablet trembled. Although it wasn't destroyed, the energy from the inscription formation on it slowed down slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Duan Lingtian quickly put the stone platform into his spatial ring. After the stone platform was put into the spatial ring, the broken wood that had just risen from the ground fell back to the ground. At once, the scene returned to its original calm state. I'll put the stone platform away first. I'll study it when I have the time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was secretly making plans. If the inscription formation can really be used on human martial artists and achieve the effect of winning with numbers and defeating the strong with the weak, perhaps I can consider establishing a force, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As he thought about it, his eyes gleamed brightly. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to envision himself leading tens of thousands of void transformation stage martial artists everywhere. Even a martial monarch powerhouse would have to retreat. Just the thought of such a scene made his blood boil. Rumble. 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 Not long after Duan Lingtian put away the strange stone platform, a series of loud noises resonated and entered his ears clearly. At the same time, the ceiling above his head opened, and the path to the third level of Qing Feng Palace appeared before his eyes. There's still no movement in the other two long corridors. It seems like the two of them can't make it here. Duan Lingtian rose into the air. When he left the second level of Qing Feng Palace, he purposely glanced at the other two long corridors other than the one he came from. It was quiet there, and he could not hear any movement at all. It was apparent that the two young powerhouses did not have the ability to make it through the long corridors filled with wooden figures. To think that I was worried that someone would beat me to it and obtain this copper key and the opportunity to go to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. It seems like I was overthinking. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the crescent-shaped copper key in his hand. His tone was filled with emotion. A moment later, he left the second level of Qing Feng Palace and appeared on the third level of Qing Feng Palace. Rumble. 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 When Duan Lingtian arrived at the third level of Qing Feng Palace, the ceiling of the second level of Qing Feng Palace closed again with a loud noise as though it was preventing someone from coming up again. Young man, congratulations on coming to the third level of Qing Feng Palace. Once you pass the test on the third level of Qing Feng Palace, you'll obtain a silver key. When Duan Lingtian realized that he had activated the polyphony formation again, Qing Feng Emperor Wu's voice entered his ears in a timely manner. Silver key. Upon hearing Qing Feng Emperor Wu's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. First, it's the copper key, and now it's the silver key. I wonder if there's a gold key. However, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had no choice but to follow Qing Feng Emperor Wu's instructions. Unless he did not want to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Qing Feng Emperor Wu's body. While Duan Lingtian was making his way up level by level in Qing Feng Palace, the situation of the other people in Qing Feng Palace was similar. Naturally, most of them were eliminated on the first, second, and third level of Qing Feng Palace. The test on the third level was undoubtedly much more difficult than the test on the second level. In addition to having to pass a specific test, one would have to risk one's life to fight in the end. Only the person who remained would obtain the silver key and successfully advance to the next level. In a spacious hall on the third level of Qing Feng Palace, 3 figures stood facing each other in a corner. The smell of gunpowder was extremely strong, as though they were ready to attack each other at any time. Among the 3 of them, there was a young woman with a beautiful appearance. The young woman in red had a face that could topple a country. She stood there like a delicate fire elf, attracting everyone's attention. Kill. Suddenly, one of the young men shouted. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept followed like a shadow as it merged with the spirit weapon in his hand. He immediately pounced toward the red-clad woman and released the energy from the spirit weapon in his hand. In his opinion, including him, the red-clad woman, who looked like she was in her early 20s, was definitely the weakest among the 3 people present. She was the easiest target. In order to fight the last person without holding back, he decided to eliminate the red-clad woman first. The woman's appearance made him drool, but he was not in the mood to do so. I'm determined to get the silver key. The young man's eyes shone brightly, and his face was filled with confidence. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above his head and condensed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of about 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were formed. Whoosh! The other young man seemed to have discussed it with the former. When the former pounced toward the red-clad woman, he pounced as well. About 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons also appeared above his head and pounced toward the red-clad woman aggressively. Whoosh! Faced with the 2 people's attacks, the woman stood still on the spot. Her red dress fluttered. In this windless environment, the woman's red dress fluttered loudly due to the airwaves and strong wind caused by the air explosion caused by the 2 young men's attacks. Die. The 2 young men were from Izimo sect and North Nether sect respectively. The Izimo sect's disciple who attacked later looked at the red-clad woman with extreme ferocity and ruthlessness. Among the people from Izimo sect who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, only he and another person were left before they entered Qingfeng Palace. The 2 most outstanding young powerhouses in Izimo sect were killed by the same person. The murderer was none other than Duan Lingtian, a young powerhouse from a small third-rate force caused fear to rise from the bottom of his heart. Before the red-clad woman in front of him entered Qingfeng Palace, he had already discovered that she had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. This was one of the reasons why he attacked her. The red-clad woman was none other than Feng Tianwu. Ever since Feng Tianwu separated from Duan Lingtian, she had gone all the way from the 1st level to the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace and passed the test. After passing the test, Emperor Wu's message clearly entered her ears. At this time, she found out that the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace required 2 people to sacrifice their lives in order to open the entrance to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. Faced with the attacks from the left and right, Feng Tianwu remained calm. Her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Feng Tianwu still did not make any move until the 2 of them were close to her. Boom! However, a monstrous flame rose from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused the heaven and earth energy in the air to stir before it finally gathered to form a clear heaven and earth phenomenon. 1,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes meandered down. They were lifelike. S9th level advance fire concept. Chapter 995. Whether it was the North Nether sect's disciple or the Izimo sect's disciple, both of them saw the scene clearly. The red-clad lady whom they regarded as a pushover did not use any origin energy at all from the beginning until the end. Without using any origin energy, just by communicating and mobilizing the fire concept, she was able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. In other words, the moment Feng Tianwu cast her fire concept, it was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The fire concept that was equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons was none other than 9th level advanced fire concept. Whoosh! Whoosh! After discovering the level of the fire concept that Feng Tianwu had comprehended, horror dawned on both the North Nether sect's and Izimo sect's disciples' faces. The 2 of them slowed down when they were flying towards Feng Tianwu. They looked at each other tacitly and could see the indescribable fear in each other's eyes for a moment. Run! In the next instant, both of them came to a halt near Feng Tianwu and hurriedly turned around, preparing to flee. In their opinion, since Feng Tianwu had comprehended the 9th level advanced fire concept, her cultivation base must not be too weak. 9th level void transformation concept. Even the most powerful person among the younger generation in Izimo sect and North Nether sect, had never comprehended such a high level of void transformation concept. For this reason, in their eyes, Feng Tianwu was even more terrifying than the most powerful person among the younger generation in their sect. Just as both of them were about to turn around and flee, Feng Tianwu made her move. The long red whip flew out like a venomous snake that had transformed into a red lightning bolt and bit both of them. Whoosh! The long whip pierced through the air and set off a swift whistling sound. The ear-piercing whistling sound entered the Izumo sect's and North Nether sect's disciples' eyes clearly. It caused both of them to tremble. Horror dawned on them as they hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, they were still too slow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long whip that was as swift as a red venomous snake pierced through the bodies of the North Nether sect's and Izumo sect's disciples. In just a blink of an eye, they were killed one by one. Before they could even increase their speed to flee, they were killed by Feng Tianwu's long whip in just a blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! As the two bodies fell to the ground, the long whip that was dancing like a red spirit snake in Feng Tianwu's hand disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the flame that was raging on top of her body was extinguished. The 1,100 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes above her head also gradually disappeared without a trace. If the North Nether sect's disciple and Izumo sect's disciple on the Yellow Springs Road saw this scene, they would definitely regret their decision to flee in the face of Feng Tianwu. Why, Feng, Nether sect's disciples you, Nether sects, Nether. The reason they fled was because they thought Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had also broken through to the void transformation stage when she comprehended the 9th level advance fire concept. If they knew earlier that Feng Tianwu was only a 4th level void interpretation martial artist, they would absolutely not be frightened to the point of fleeing in panic by Feng Tianwu's 9th level advance fire concept. Although Feng Tianwu, who possessed the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons, was still stronger than them, they were still willing to fight it out with her. This was because the gap between them and Feng Tianwu was not that big. They could see hope. The reason they chose to flee was because they thought there was no hope at all. Looks like my fire concept is still capable of scaring others. Feng Tianwu glanced at the two bodies lying on the ground and muttered to herself. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no emotions could be seen. If these two people fought with her, she would have to spend a lot of effort even if she could kill them in the end. However, when they saw her mobilizing the 9th level advance fire concept, they did not have any intention to fight at all. They only cared about fleeing in a wretched manner, allowing her to chase after them and kill them easily. It could be said that the reason the two of them died so quickly was entirely because of their cowardice. Hey! Soon after, Feng Tianwu seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed softly. In the next moment, she saw it. The blood that continued to flow out of the two corpses on the ground like a small stream seemed to have activated something, causing waves of inscription formation aura to rise out of thin air in the surroundings. Blood sacrifice. When she recalled the message from Qing Feng Emperor Wu, Feng Tianwu did not have to guess to know what had happened. Rumble. 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 Subsequently, loud noises resonated in Feng Tianwu's ears again. The sound came from above her head. At that moment, Feng Tianwu's attention was attracted. She lifted her head slightly and saw the ceiling above her head gradually moving and opening up a path to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace to welcome her. Where's the silver key? Feng Tianwu did not get carried away by the pleasant surprise before her eyes. Her thoughts quickly shifted to the reward that Qing Feng Emperor Wu left on the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace. According to Qing Feng Emperor Wu, the reward for the 3rd level was the silver key. She had no idea what the silver key was used for. Of course, although she did not know what the silver key was used for, she could faintly guess its significance. Otherwise, it would not have been placed on the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace by Qing Feng Emperor Wu as a reward for passing the test. However, now that the door to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace had opened, the silver key reward for the 3rd level of Qing Feng Palace had yet to appear. She could not help but feel anxious. Rumble. At that moment, another soft sound resonated in Feng Tianwu's ears again. Subsequently, she saw a green brick on the ground not far away. After being illuminated by the light from the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace, it suddenly trembled violently and rose slowly. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu lifted her hand and took the green brick. A quaint little box appeared before her eyes. Pa. Feng Tianwu picked up the small box and directly opened it. The thing within the small box was reflected in her eyes, causing her eyes to brighten, and a thick smile appeared on her face. Inside the box that she opened, there was a crescent-shaped key lying quietly. It looks exactly the same except for the color. At the same time, Feng Tianwu took out another crescent-shaped key. This key was copper in color and was in stark contrast to the silver key in the box. The fourth level. After obtaining the silver key, Feng Tianwu did not linger on the third level of Qingfeng Palace. She leaped into the air and landed steadily on the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace. When Feng Tianwu reached the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace, many people passed the third level's test and opened the door to the fourth level just like her. This is the silver key. It looks exactly the same as the copper key. Peng Bao's eyes lit up as he looked at the silver crescent-shaped key in his hand. Peng Bao was not the only one. Many people had obtained their own silver key and successfully reached the fourth level of Qingfeng Palace. Each of them was in a different place. However, as they went up, the distance between them became shorter and shorter. On the first level of Qingfeng Palace, 4 people would advance to 1 person. Only 1 person could reach the second level of Qingfeng Palace. On the second level of Qingfeng Palace, 3 people would advance to 1 person. On the third level of Qingfeng Palace, 3 people would advance to 1 person. Therefore, among the group of people who entered Qingfeng Palace, only 1 out of 8 people could successfully reach the 4th level. The 7 people who reached the 4th level were eliminated one after another. What's on the 4th level? After Duan Lingtian obtained the silver key, he left the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace where 2 bodies were lying and successfully reached the 4th level. He still felt strange when he recalled his experience on the 3rd level. This was because the test he went through on the 3rd level of Qingfeng Palace was much easier than the test he went through on the 2nd level. The strongest puppet he encountered on the 3rd level was only comparable to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons when it unleashed its full strength. It was much weaker than the giant wooden puppet he encountered on the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace. Perhaps the 3rd level's test is easier than the 2nd level because I still have to kill the other 2 young powerhouses and use their lives as a blood sacrifice to open the door to the 4th level. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Congratulations, young man. As long as you can pass the test on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, you'll be able to obtain the golden key and another reward. Qingfeng Emperor Wu's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears through the polyphony formation again. As expected, there's a golden key. If I can obtain it, it means I'll have the gold, silver, and bronze keys. Could it be that these 3 keys can be used to open something? As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he could not help but speculate. Soon after, the test on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace began. The test on this level was no longer to deal with statues, wooden puppets, or puppets. Instead, it was to fight with the endless nature energy in the long corridor. The force of nature also included wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. At this moment, the energy swept out through the offensive-type inscription formation and blocked Duan Lingtian's footsteps. It did not allow him to pass through easily. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian charged forward violently. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and the 4 types of concepts followed him like shadows. His hands did not stop moving from the beginning until the end. His fists and palms swept out and repelled the nature energy that seemed to have transformed into a flood of beast. The strongest of these force of nature was only extended out from the 9th level concept fragments in the inscription formation, and it contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Originally, this kind of energy was nothing to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 996. The test on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace is called the Bumpy Road. Only the person who passes through the bumpy road first will have a chance to obtain the golden key. As long as the person passes through the bumpy road, even if they don't obtain the golden key, they'll still have a chance to obtain the other reward I left behind. These were the original words left behind by Qingfeng Emperor Wu in the polyphony formation. For this reason, what Duan Lingtian had to do now was to pass through the bumpy road as soon as possible and arrive at the other end to obtain the golden key and obtain the other reward. According to Qing Feng Emperor Wu's message, there will be people competing with me this time, just like when I was on the first, second, and third levels of Qing Feng Palace. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his hands began to move even faster as he moved at lightning speed. His fists and palms contained his entire body's strength as they swept out and opened up a path in front of him. He swept away all the obstacles without holding back. When Duan Lingtian made his move, other than triggering a series of ear-piercing wind whistling sound, it was also accompanied by a series of deafening thunderclaps. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of air explosions continued to rise and fall, setting off a series of airwaves that swept out in all directions, triggering gusts of wind that swept out in all directions. The wind rose and the punch was thrown out. Boom. Duan Lingtian's punch was like a landslide. Although the turbulent waves that were charging at him contained the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons, they were still pushed back by his punch, causing a series of loud noises to ring out. The turbulent waves, which were the water energy transformed from the water concept through the inscription formation, were pushed back by Duan Lingtian's punch. At the same time, his entire body moved and flew out rapidly. Whirlwind. Moments later, Duan Lingtian passed through the turbulent waves and continued to fly to the other end of the long corridor. Whoosh. This time, he was met with a raging and soaring flame. When the flame shrouded Duan Lingtian, it was like a giant flame beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian into its stomach. In the face of the flame that covered the sky and covered the earth, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He threw out another punch and temporarily suppressed the flame that covered the sky so it would not be able to reignite in a short period of time. Whoosh! The purple figure that was as fast as lightning charged forward again and faced with the earth energy that was rolling towards him. When the earth energy shrouded Duan Lingtian, it seemed to have merged perfectly with the earth. There was no longer any distinction between him and the earth. Not. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy immediately noticed this subtle change. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Not only can the 9th level earth concept fragments within the inscription formation condense the energy of the earth, they can even communicate with the earth and rely on the energy of the earth. While he was shocked, Duan Lingtian could clearly see the earth energy that was surging towards him. When the earth energy shrouded him, the heaven and earth energy in the air stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 1,500 ancient horned dragons' strength appeared in a menacing manner. It was as though it wanted to completely crush him. Humph! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. A quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He swung it out and welcomed the attack. Whoosh! Wherever the short-lived sword ray passed, the earth energy was split into half. Duan Lingtian seized this opportunity to fly out and pass through the earth energy. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian continued on his way. When he encountered the earth energy, he would use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand to open a path. As for other times, it was more straightforward to use his fists and palms. After all, not all nature energy was like the earth energy. As long as he slashed it into half, he could easily open a path. For example, water and fire would split apart wherever the sword ray passed. However, the gap between the cracks could not allow Duan Lingtian to pass through. This was because no matter if it was water or fire, they would merge together again in an instant when they were slashed apart by the sword ray. On the other hand, slashing apart the earth energy was like slashing apart a thick and heavy rock. With a single slash of the sword, it would split into half and open a path. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian charged all the way to the other end of the long corridor. Everywhere he passed, his fist and palm prints filled the air. At the same time, it set off a series of thunderous explosions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When he encountered the earth energy, Duan Lingtian immediately used his quasi-royal grade spiritual sword to open a path. Wherever the sword ray pointed, the earth energy would be split into half. Just a little more. Duan Lingtian, who was charging all the way, could clearly see the end of the long corridor. As long as he arrived there, he would be considered to have passed the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. He would then be able to obtain the golden key. With my current speed, the people who are competing with me should not be as good as me. Duan Lingtian was confident in his strength. Finally, with his powerful strength, Duan Lingtian successfully passed the bumpy road and passed the test of the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace. He appeared at the end of the long corridor. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian passed through the long corridor, he came to a halt. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian came to a halt, 2 swift whistling sounds resonated in the air. 2 figures stood in the distance and revealed themselves. Duan Lingtian was surprised that someone could appear at the same time as him. He could not help but stare at them. With just a glance, he recognized both of them. Xu Qing and Zhuo Yu. Both of them were young powerhouses from second-rate forces in the northern desert. Xu Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Zhuo Yu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed when he recognized both of them. I didn't expect to meet them here. I thought I'd have to go to the 5th level to meet them. Whether it was Xu Qing or Zhuo Yu, they might not be as good as him if they did not use their spirit weapons. However, once they used their spirit weapons, whether it was Xu Qing or Zhuo Yu, their strength would be stronger than him. If there were no accidents, their strength would exceed his by more than 20 ancient horned dragons. Xu Qing and Zhuo Yu were as famous as Lei Zhong, the Izimo sect's disciple whom he had killed, among the young powerhouses in the northern desert. Their strength should be about the same as Lei Zhong, a 4th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended the 4th-level void transformation concept. Without the use of a spirit weapon, he could exert the strength of 1,100 ancient horned dragons. Once he used a grade 1 spirit weapon, he would be able to increase his strength by 87% or 88% based on his origin energy at the 4th-level void transformation martial artist strength. It was equivalent to the strength of more than 520 ancient horned dragons. In total, it would be the strength of more than 1,620 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian recognized Xu Qing and Zhuo Yu, Xu Qing and Zhuo Yu also saw Duan Lingtian. Their faces were filled with surprise. They did not expect to meet Duan Lingtian here. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, there was a hint of dread in their eyes. They had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He had killed Lei Zhong, who was as famous as them in the northern desert and whose strength was on par with theirs. At this moment, they were unsure if Duan Lingtian had held back when he activated the heaven and earth energy and displayed the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of them after using the spirit weapon. If he had held back, Duan Lingtian's strength would surpass theirs. If he had not held back, Duan Lingtian's strength would be inferior to theirs. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw their fearful eyes. He could guess what they were thinking. However, although he maintained a calm expression, he could not help but feel anxious. Now that I've unleashed my full strength and used the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, my strength is only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. It was pure luck that I was able to kill Lei Zhong earlier. That Lei Zhong underestimated me too much. He dared to attack me without using a spirit weapon, allowing me to take the initiative and severely injure him. Later on, even when he used his grade 1 spirit weapon, he couldn't unleash his full strength due to his injuries and died in my hands. It's also because he was injured. If he wasn't injured, his strength would be more than 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than mine. Although I'm not afraid of him, it would be extremely difficult for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly. He could not help but feel lucky when he recalled the scene of him fighting Lei Zhong earlier. Being able to kill Lei Zhong so cleanly was mostly due to his good luck. Otherwise, the battle between him and Lei Zhong would most likely end in a tie. This was because he did not have the confidence to defeat Lei Zhong, who was using a grade 1 spirit weapon at his peak. No matter if it's Xu Qing or Zhuo Yu, their strength is on par with Lei Zhong. If it's just one of them, I'm not afraid at all. However, if both of them attack me at the same time, I'll definitely lose. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. His eyes were filled with dread. Now, he could only hope that Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu would not join forces. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. I must think of a way to deal with this situation. There's a high chance that both of them will join forces. Duan Lingtian gasped once more, and his thoughts spun as he started to think of a way. However, he still could not come up with anything even after thinking for a while. What should I do? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. His eyes began to scan his surroundings. He instantly discovered the other 5 long corridors. There are a total of 6 corridors on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, including the one I came from. In other words, other than me, Shu Qing, and Zhuo Yu, there are 3 other people who have arrived at the 4th level. Chapter 997. Of course, if Tian Wu takes the risk to cast the fire profundity, she can also crush the earth energy that contains the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons. After all, even the lowest level of the 1st level fire profundity would be equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons once it's unleashed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian thought of Feng Tianwu. If Feng Tianwu completely ignored the backlash from the fire spirit body's energy in her body, she could take the risk to cast the 1st level fire profundity. It was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the price she had to pay was extremely high. She might explode and die because of that. The might of the fire spirit body that was hidden in her body was not a joke. Including Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu, if the 5 young powerhouses who came to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace have the same experience as me. Based on the number of young powerhouses from various forces who entered Qingfeng Palace, this should be the only place on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace that leads to the 5th level. After all, the 5th level is the last level of Qingfeng Palace. If I'm not mistaken, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body should be on the 5th level. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. He was looking forward to finding Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. He was eager to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Especially the Emperor Stage profundity fragment. He wanted to obtain it even in his dreams. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu looked at each other in unison. It was as though they had discussed this beforehand. They did not move for a long time. Both of them could be considered as old rivals. They were not strangers to each other. Now that both of them appeared on the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace together, even they were taken aback. Shu Qing. Zhuo Yu narrowed his eyes and said slowly. His eyes were filled with battle intent. It was as though he could not wait to fight 300 rounds with Shu Qing to determine the winner. In his opinion, as long as he defeated Shu Qing, he would become the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the northern desert. There was no need for him to be on par with Shu Qing. At this moment, Zhuo Yu had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Zhuo Yu. As a sword cultivator, Shu Qing was much calmer than Zhuo Yu. Faced with Zhuo Yu's intense battle intent, he didn't comment at all and responded casually. Zhuo Yu's expression changed when he saw the casual look on Shu Qing's face. Just as he was about to flare up, a voice was transmitted into his ears, causing him to feel as though he was struck by lightning. He completely suppressed the rage in his heart. Zhuo Yu, don't you think we should wait until after we kill the Duan Lingtian? What entered Zhuo Yu's ears was precisely Shu Qing's voice transmission. Right now, neither of us can be sure if he was holding back the strength he displayed back then. But regardless of whether he was holding back or not, we shouldn't leave him until the end. Once we make the first move, the final outcome will definitely be a lose-lose situation. Could it be that you want to wait for him to take advantage of the situation? I suggest that we join forces and kill him first. When Shu Qing reached the end of his voice transmission, a hint of seriousness could be heard in his voice. I have a feeling that this Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. I feel extremely uneasy knowing that he's still alive. After Shu Qing's reminder, Zhuo Yu could not help but jolt back to his senses. He finally remembered the existence of the Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had almost forgotten about the Duan Lingtian. We can join forces. However, The profundity fragment in his body belongs to me. Zhuo Yu looked at Shu Qing and raised the price. However, Shu Qing could not help but sneer when he heard his words. Zhuo Yu, have you forgotten the most important thing? Today, you and I will fight here, and we will definitely decide the victor. In the end, one of us will definitely be killed by the other party. Only then will the person who survives obtain the golden key and another reward left behind by the Qingfeng Emperor Wu on the 4th level. Only then will he be able to ascend to the 5th level and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in the body of the Qingfeng Emperor Wu, since one of us will die in the end. Don't you think your request is a little superfluous? Shu Qing finished his sentence in one breath. Zhuo Yu could not help but be stunned by Shu Qing's words. After a while, he regained his senses and completely agreed with Shu Qing's words. If that's the case, let's join forces and kill the Duan Lingtian first. Zhuo Yu took a deep breath as he stared coldly at the purple-clad young man standing not far away. When he saw the Duan Lingtian looking left and right as though he was looking for something, he could not help but sneer. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he said fearlessly, Duan Lingtian, take a few more glances. From today onwards, you're destined not to see anything in this world. When Zhuo Yu's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it caused Duan Lingtian's face to turn grave immediately. Zhuo Yu. When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuo Yu, he could clearly sense Shu Qing's cold gaze. It was a gaze as cold as a sword that was about to devour a person. Are they really joining forces? His heart could not help but skip a beat. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel his heart clench when the moment came. His face turned grave, and a hint of dread flashed in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian, I don't care if you held back when you killed Lei Zhong earlier. Today, Shu Qing and I will join forces. You'll definitely die. When Zhuo Yu saw the dread in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he could not help but laugh maniacally. His laughter was wanton and unrestrained. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have a certain understanding of his and Shu Qing's strength. However, when Duan Lingtian heard that Zhuo Yu wanted to join forces with Shu Qing, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. It was obvious he was not confident he could deal with Zhuo Yu and Shu Qing. Zhuo Yu, I realize. You really have a lot of nonsense to say, Shu Qing said coldly. His gaze was as cold as his voice when it landed on Duan Lingtian. You better not be careless before you kill this Duan Lingtian. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Shu Qing. When Duan Lingtian heard that Shu Qing wanted to kill him, his expression turned ugly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Shu Qing was in cahoots with Zhuo Yu. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to do so. At this moment, Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu joining forces was undoubtedly the best way to deal with him. He knew he would make the same choice if he was in Shu Qing's position. He would kill Zhuo Yu first, then fight it out with Zhuo Yu. The person who survived would be the biggest winner. Not only would he be able to obtain the golden key and another reward, but he would also be able to enter the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body. Shu Qing, do it. At this moment, Zhuo Yu, who had been reminded by Shu Qing, suddenly shouted and charged at Duan Lingtian together with Shu Qing. Zhuo Yu moved like the wind. When he was still halfway there, he took out the Grade 1 spirit weapon he had obtained in the outer ring of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It was an ancient-looking full moon saber. Whoosh! As soon as Zhuo Yu made his move, he exerted all his strength without holding back. Waves of solidified green wind swept out from his body, emitting a vast and sharp aura. It merged with the full moon saber in his hand. Suddenly, the saber ray on the full moon saber skyrocketed and charged at Duan Lingtian mercilessly. It was so fierce as though it was going to cut Duan Lingtian in half. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. More than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons flew out together with Zhuo Yu. When the full moon saber in Zhuo Yu's hand charged at Duan Lingtian in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian, the speed of the ancient horned dragons accelerated. The speed of the over 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons suddenly increased. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. 4th level Void Transformation. 4th level Advance Wind Concept. Grade 1 Spirit Saber. This was the strength of Zhuo Yu, the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect. As the strongest person among the younger generation in Anika sect, Zhuo Yu's strength was not as simple as it seemed. In addition to his strength, he had also cultivated a set of heaven-grade saber martial skill to an extraordinary level. Aurora Mirage Saber. When the full moon saber in Zhuo Yu's hand charged at Duan Lingtian and approached Duan Lingtian, the skyrocketing saber ray converged around the full moon saber and returned to its original state. Its speed suddenly increased. Whoosh! A saber shadow flashed in the air as an extreme saber ray flashed out and went straight for Duan Lingtian's vital point without mercy. At this moment, the speed of the full moon saber in Zhuo Yu's hand was more than 50 times faster than before. It only left a saber shadow in Duan Lingtian and Shu Qing's eyes. The power of the Aurora Mirage Saber was clearly displayed. As soon as Zhuo Yu's body moved and charged at him, Duan Lingtian had already taken out the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword from his spatial ring. Origin energy rose and merged with the 4 concepts that followed him like a shadow before surging into the sword. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sword ray skyrocketed and emitted a series of sword chimes. In just a blink of an eye, Zhuo Yu's saber only left a saber shadow before it disappeared before his eyes. T. Duan Lingtian's face changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy to surround his body. He intended to use his spiritual energy to capture the trajectory of the saber in Zhuo Yu's hand. When his spiritual energy captured the trajectory of the full moon saber, the quasi-royal grade spiritual sword in his hand shook and disappeared into the air. Sword drawing technique. Whoosh! Accompanied by a short-lived sword chime, an extreme sword ray shot out. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resonated. It was Duan Lingtian's quasi-royal grade spiritual sword that blocked Zhuo Yu's menacing full moon saber in time. Whoosh! Chapter 998. Boom! The full moon saber in Zhuo Yu's hand was surrounded by a saber ray that was completely formed by green wind. It was so overwhelming that the energy contained in Duan Lingtian's sword trembled. Boom! 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 The strength of over 1,620 ancient horned dragons in the saber ray swept out again and again. It was like the waves behind overtaking the waves before it, suppressing the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons in Duan Lingtian's sword. As the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, airwaves and gales swept out in all directions and raged. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian and his sword were pushed back a few steps by Zhuo Yu's saber. The vital energy and blood in his body were in turmoil, and his face was pale. If it was any other time, Duan Lingtian might be able to slightly block Zhuo Yu's saber that was only over 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than him. However, Zhuo Yu had made the first move and gained the upper hand. It was difficult for him to block it. With the strength of over 20 ancient horned dragons stronger than him, Zhuo Yu who made the first move easily suppressed him. Unfortunately, the earth formation on the bumpy paths on the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace has interfered with me. I can't use the earth concept to borrow the earth energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The earth formation was the inscription formation that extended the earth energy on the bumpy paths to stop Duan Lingtian from advancing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and felt his organs trembling. He stared at Zhuo Yu with a grave expression on his face. He did not continue to chase after Zhuo Yu. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian, it seems like my previous guess was right. The strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons is your limit. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Zhuo Yu was also looking at Duan Lingtian. He laughed out loud, his eyes were filled with contempt. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, an ear-piercing sword whistling sound rang out, and specks of swordlight approached from afar, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they fell upon Duan Lingtian, as if it was raining swords. Along with the rain of swords that filled the sky, there was also a figure that looked like green lightning. The heaven and earth phenomenon above the green figure's head was exactly the same as the heaven and earth phenomenon above Zhuoyu's head. There were more than 1,620 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 4th level void transformation stage. 4th level sword concept. A 1st grade spirit sword. Shu Qing. Duan Lingtian fixed his gaze on the green figure behind the Rain of Swords when he saw the Rain of Swords falling toward him. He shook his quasi-royal grade spirit sword and stabbed it forward. 9 dragons radiant flash. As Duan Lingtian drew his sword, 3 divine dragons that were formed from the fusion of origin energy and 4 types of concepts whizzed out at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time when the 3 divine dragons charged out, 6 extremely cold rays shot out from their 3 pairs of eyes. Their target was Shu Qing, the green figure in the distance. What a powerful sword skill. The 6 extremely cold rays were so fast that Shu Qing, who thought he could easily kill Duan Lingtian, narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, his eyes turned cold, and he withdrew the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand at lightning speed. Instantly, the rain of swords that covered the sky that descended towards Duan Lingtian vanished completely along with Shu Qing withdrawing his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Shu Qing withdrew his sword, he shook it abruptly, and sword flowers formed in front of him, forming a layer of dense sword net. Almost at the same time when the sword net was formed. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 extremely cold rays landed on the sword net one by one, creating a crisp sound and setting off waves of airwaves that swept in all directions. However, they did not penetrate the sword net. They were all blocked. What a fast sword! Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He did not expect Shu Qing's sword to be so fast. Under such circumstances, he was still able to form a layer of dense sword net in front of him in time. Duan Lingtian could see that the sword net that Shu Qing formed was a defensive martial skill. It was a heaven-rank defensive martial skill. Zhuoyu, this Duan Lingtian is very dangerous. Let's join forces and kill him as soon as possible. Shu Qing did not feel good when he blocked the 6 extremely cold rays. He only felt his internal organs trembling, and his qi and blood were surging. His eyes flashed coldly as he suddenly shouted. "Ha ha! Shu Qing, it seems like you've suffered quite a bit as well." Zhuoyu seemed to have noticed something and laughed. However, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. "Duan Lingtian. Today, even the heavens won't be able to save you." Zhuoyu stared coldly at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. As soon as his words left his mouth, Zhuoyu's body swept out like the wind toward Duan Lingtian. The full moon saber in his hand left a saber shadow in the air before it disappeared again. Shadow Aurora Saber. This time, Zhuoyu used the same trick again. He cast the strongest saber martial skill that he had mastered in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Zhuoyu's saber swept out toward Duan Lingtian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. He wanted to reap Duan Lingtian's life. Whoosh! At the same time, Shu Qing made his move as well. He charged out side by side with Zhuoyu. The sword in his hand once again created a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Between the two of them, one wanted to slash Duan Lingtian in half while the other wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's heart with 10,000 swords. In the sky, more than 3,200 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian. If such a heaven and earth phenomenon belonged to only one person, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, even if the heaven and earth phenomenon belonged to 2 people, it was still a pressure to Duan Lingtian, who was injured. It was so oppressive that he could barely breathe. Split and combine formation. Faced with the merciless attacks from the 2 people, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. Origin energy merged into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and activated the inscription formation in it. The inscription formation in the quasi-royal grade spirit sword was the split and combine inscription formation. Duan Lingtian called it the split and combine formation. Once it was activated, it would split into 9 and combine into 1. At that moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand split into 9. Subsequently, his spiritual energy extended out and shrouded the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords, causing them to hover in the air and revolve around his body. Huh! Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu were shocked when they saw the swords in Duan Lingtian's hand split into 9 and revolved around him. Although they were shocked, their attacks did not slow down at all. They continued to attack Duan Lingtian mercilessly. 9 Tribulation Sword Control Technique. Faced with Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu's attacks, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was ready to perform the green sword skill he obtained from the martial monarch's treasure to control the 9 quasi-royal grade spirit swords to fight. As he exerted all his spiritual energy, 4 of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords flew out under his control. They emitted a sharp sword ray as they flew toward Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Each of the 4 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that flew toward Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu contained a similar amount of energy. It was equivalent to 4 Duan Lingtian attacking at the same time. Unfortunately, due to the fact that Duan Lingtian was injured, the energy contained in each of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords was only equivalent to 1,400 ancient horned dragons. It was far from his prime. Clang, 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 clang. As the vast energy collided with each other, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. At the same time, 4 ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding resonated in the air and entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly like thunder. A wry smile crept up on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu knocking away the 4 quasi-royal grade spirit swords that flew out one after another. If only I had performed the 9 Tribulation Sword Control technique earlier. Duan Lingtian did not expect this at all. With his current spiritual energy, he could actually control 4 swords at the same time when he performed the 9 Tribulation Sword Control technique. Once he attacked, the power was extraordinary. It was equivalent to 4 of him attacking at the same time. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A small mistake caused Duan Lingtian to be completely in a predicament. He was exposed to Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu's attacks. Separate and combine formation. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian only managed to grab one of the quasi-royal grade spirit swords that was hovering in the air beside him and merged the other 8 quasi-royal grade spirit swords back into one. Sword drawing technique. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword that had merged back into one swiftly attacked. It was as though it had transformed into a sword ray that was like a storm as it welcomed Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu's attacks. Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's sword had transformed into 9 swords. In the beginning, they thought the other 9 swords that had appeared were fake. It was only when 4 of the swords soared through the air and charged at them. Each of the swords contained the strength of over 1,400 ancient horned dragons that they realized each of the swords was real. At this moment, they could not help but be shocked again. At this moment, before they could calm down, they saw Duan Lingtian had merged the 9 swords back into one. It caused their emotions to be in turmoil again. This also caused their attacks to subconsciously weaken a little. Although it was weakened, it was still not something that Duan Lingtian who was injured could withstand. Whoosh, whoosh. When the saber and sword swept over and collided with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was blasted away again along with his sword. Duan Lingtian, who was blasted away like an arrow that was shot out of the bow, tried his best to mobilize his origin energy to decelerate. However, the effect was not obvious. In the end, Duan Lingtian's body slammed hard against the wall. His internal organs were shaken and his vital energy and blood were in turmoil. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Smack. Congested blood splattered on the ground, splashing out blood flowers like dazzling red roses. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the opportunity to take out a life recovery pill that he had refined and consumed it. Just as Duan Lingtian was rapidly digesting the medicinal efficacy to heal his injuries while looking at Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu who were charging at him with dread, he noticed the floor beneath him was trembling. Inscription formation. Duan Lingtian's sharp spiritual energy soon discovered that he had unintentionally activated another inscription formation. No. To be exact, there were 2. Chapter 999. When Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the sound of the explosion, he saw a piece of the floor being blasted away by a hidden force. Whoosh! Subsequently, a stone platform rose rapidly. There was an exquisite little box on top of the stone platform. The little box was exactly the same as the one Duan Lingtian saw on the third floor of Qingfeng Palace. However, the little box on the third floor of Qingfeng Palace contained the silver key. Could the thing in this little box be the golden key? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and could not help but guess. When Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the little box, Xu Qing and Zhuo Yu, who were charging at Duan Lingtian fiercely, were also attracted by the little box. They stopped in their tracks when they were charging at Duan Lingtian. When they looked at the little box, their eyes were filled with burning desire. Whoosh! Soon after, Zhuo Yu moved and charged toward the stone platform where the little box was. He had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian. Zhuo Yu. Xu Qing's expression changed, and he could not help but shout in anger. He did not expect Zhuo Yu to be so shameless. He had said that he would kill Duan Lingtian first before fighting him to the death. In the end, he was the one who snatched the little box that seemed to contain the golden key. Whoosh! Instantly, Xu Qing flashed out as well, and he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that swiftly flashed out as he moved like a bolt of lightning to obstruct Zhuo Yu, who wanted to take the small box. Humph! Zhuo Yu's face darkened and he snorted coldly when he saw Xu Qing trying to snatch the little box that seemed to contain the golden key. Subsequently, he made his move without any hesitation and fought with Xu Qing. Both of them were old rivals, and their strength was on par with each other. They were on par with each other. However, they still fought with all their might for the little box. As for Duan Lingtian, they seemed to have forgotten about him. Perhaps, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian was no longer a threat. As long as any of them survived, they could easily kill him. On the other side, when Duan Lingtian saw that Zhuo Yu was attracted by the small box that seemed to contain the golden key and flew towards it, he knew that his life was not in danger for the time being. For the time being, he did not show much interest in the small box that seemed to contain the golden key. Of course, this didn't mean that he wasn't interested in it. Now, even if he was really interested in it, he had no way of snatching it away from him. Soon, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the ground below him. At this moment, he was lifted into the air by the slowly rising floor. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and descended onto the floor. With just a glance, he saw a green vine appear under the floor, and the floor beneath him was propped up by the green vine. Although there was only one green vine in front of him, it was extremely thick as an adult's thigh. That is, however, what really attracted Duan Lingtian was not the green vine, but the purple-red fruit that was hanging on the green vine. The fruit was shining with a faint purple light. Borhinia fruit. Duan Lingtian searched through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory and quickly recognized the fruit before him as a spirit fruit. Moreover, it was a spirit fruit that was used by void transformation martial artists. The Borhinia fruit was a spirit fruit that was used by void transformation martial artists. Among the spirit fruits in Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the Borhinia fruit could be considered as one of the best spirit fruits used by void transformation martial artists. It was said that even a martial artist who had just broken through to the 9th level void transformation would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse after consuming the Borhinia fruit after comprehending the monarch stage profundity. Based on this, one could see how powerful the Borhinia fruit was. I'm quite injured now. Even if I unleash my full strength, I can only exert the strength of about 1,000 ancient horned dragons at most. Xu Qing and Zhuo Yu can easily kill me, but if I were to consume this redbud fruit. Meng Chuan thought to himself. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he looked into the distance vigilantly. When he noticed that Xu Qing and Zhuo Yu were fighting over the little box that seemed to contain the golden key, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian reached out at lightning speed and plucked the ripe purplish-red fruit, the Borhinia fruit, and hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing the Borhinia fruit in 2 to 3 bites, Duan Lingtian felt a warm current entering his body and emitting waves of powerful medicinal efficacy. What a powerful medicinal efficacy! This medicinal efficacy is far more powerful than the spirit fruit that I took from Zishong earlier. With this medicinal efficacy and the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, my cultivation base might be able to break through to the 5th level void transformation in one go. Although Duan Lingtian had learned from reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory that the Borhinia fruit was very powerful, he still did not believe it. However, when he consumed it, he truly felt how amazing the redbud fruit was. No. It's not just the 5th level void transformation. It's not impossible for me to break through to the 6th level void transformation. When Duan Lingtian sensed the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy in the depths of his dantian, leaving his dantian and merging with his origin energy to merge with the Borhinia fruit's medicinal efficacy, he could not help but think to himself. It was his first time seeing the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy so active. He felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood as it guided his origin energy to flow through his meridians at lightning speed. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roving Dragon Form. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian hastily sat on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, he did not forget to take out the 9th level wind concept fragment and hold it in his hand. One must know that when he cultivated the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method, the speed at which he comprehended the wind concept would increase as well. In his body, the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and Borhinia fruit guided his origin energy to circulate one cycle after another according to the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. The originally loose bottleneck leading to the 4th level void transformation became even looser after being hit a few times. It was as though he was only a few more hits away from breaking through. Boom, boom, boom. After a few more hits, Duan Lingtian felt a soft pop sound coming from his body. The bottleneck leading to the 4th level void transformation was broken. His origin energy swept out and underwent an earth-shattering change. 4th level void transformation. The origin energy that had transformed did not stop because of this. Under the influence of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and Borhinia pill, its speed did not slow down at all. It continued to circulate one cycle after another according to the roving dragon form's mental cultivation method. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base rose at an extremely terrifying speed. However, Duan Lingtian's thoughts were not on the elevation of his cultivation base. He could clearly feel that his wind concept had changed, but it was not a change that occurred after a breakthrough. Wind concept doesn't seem to have a breakthrough. It's just that I feel like there's another energy in it. A power that's ready to burst out at any time. What's that? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian tried to communicate with the energy that was born in the wind concept. Soon after, he felt a scorching aura being transmitted to him. Subsequently, a violent and scorching energy soared and enveloped his entire body. However, this fiery red energy did not cause any harm to him. Fire. Fire concept. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stared blankly at the energy that was born from the wind concept that surrounded his body. To be more precise, it was the concept, the fire concept. Wait. The level of this fire concept seems to be the same as the wind concept. After probing for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered a shocking fact. The fire concept that was born from the 3rd level advanced wind concept that he comprehended was actually the same as the wind concept. It was also at the 3rd level void transformation concept. In other words, the fire concept that he had just comprehended was directly at the 3rd level advanced fire concept. Isn't the roving dragon form, the 8th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, too abnormal? Not only did it allow me to nurture the fire concept with the wind concept, but it's even nurtured such a high-level fire concept. Moreover, there seems to be some kind of connection between the fire concept and the wind concept. It's as if the fire concept would have a breakthrough after the wind concept has a breakthrough. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian was shocked. If it's really like this, I don't have to comprehend another fire concept at all. As long as the wind concept improves, the fire concept will improve as well. Perhaps, by the time I comprehend the wind profundity, the fire concept will also evolve into the fire profundity. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened again. It was as though it was going to jump out of his chest. What's that? The commotion at Duan Lingtian's side finally attracted Shu Qing and Zhuo Yu's attention. Both of them clashed once again and retreated quickly. They were not in a hurry to attack each other again. Both of them had a tacit understanding as they looked at the other side. Over there, a thick green vine that propped up the floor appeared clearly in front of their eyes. With their eyesight, they could clearly see a new gap on the green vine with just a glance. It was as though someone had plucked something from it. Spirit fruit. Both of them looked at each other and saw the realization in each other's eyes. Both of their expressions changed at the same time. The spirit fruit was plucked by Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me the spirit fruit is the other reward that Emperor Wu Qingfeng left on the 5th level. Both of them were shocked. They clearly remembered the message that Emperor Wu Qingfeng left behind. The message stated that there was another reward other than the golden key on the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. Chapter 1000. Damn it. The spirit fruit was taken by Duan Lingtian first. I don't think he has the time to consume it yet, right? Zhuo Yu's expression was grave, and his body was trembling in anger. Whoosh. Compared to him, Xu Qing was much more straightforward. He immediately flew out like a sword and charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he shouted coldly, Duan Lingtian, hand over the spirit fruit. At this moment, whether it was Zhuo Yu or Xu Qing, they were not surprised by the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was also the fire concept. In fact, Duan Lingtian did not use the fire concept when he attacked them earlier. Their attention was completely focused on the spirit fruit that Duan Lingtian had plucked from the green vine. In their opinion, since the spirit fruit was the reward for the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, it must not be an ordinary spirit fruit. When Zhuo Yu saw Xu Qing had arrived at Duan Lingtian's side and was about to kill Duan Lingtian and take the spirit fruit away with him, this Xu Qing. Damn it. Horror dawned on Zhuo Yu's face. The origin energy on his body surged, and the wind concept followed him like a shadow. With just a thought, he was ready to chase after Xu Qing. However, the moment he took a step forward, he suddenly froze on the spot. It was as though something unexpected had happened. How? How's this possible? Zhuo Yu, who had stopped moving, shuddered for no reason. His eyes stared into the distance, filled with endless fear. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, it was as though he had seen something that he could not believe. In the distance, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face as he faced the sword that contained the strength of over 1,620 ancient horned dragons and Xu Qing, who wanted to kill him as soon as he made his move. However, the depth of his eyes was filled with extreme coldness. You're seeking death. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Even though his body was still heavily injured, he was still able to fight back. However, he knew that even if his current injuries were even more serious, it would still be effortless for him to kill Xu Qing. Facing Xu Qing's sword, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned completely cold. 9 dragons radiant flash. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that appeared out of thin air in his hand suddenly flashed out. His target was Xu Qing, who was charging at him menacingly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian drew his sword, 3 earth-yellow divine dragons surrounded by red flames, green gales, purple lightning, and fierce sword intent appeared out of thin air and pounced towards Xu Qing. At the same time that the 3 divine dragons pounced, the green astral wind pierced into the red flames, causing the flames to suddenly soar. The fire was fueled by the wind. At the same time, the speed of the 3 divine dragons increased. Their 3 pairs of eyes flashed, and 6 flashes of extreme light shot out, producing a series of short-lived piercing howls. In front of Xu Qing's eyes, the 3 rays of light that shot out from the yellow dragon's eyes disappeared the moment they appeared. Xu*t. Xu Qing's expression changed drastically at once. Unfortunately, this was destined to be the last expression he would show in his life. At the moment when Xu Qing's expression changed, a hideous bloody hole appeared in each of his 6 vital points, including the space between his brows, throat, and chest. 6 blood arrows shot out and landed on the ground. Blood splattered as though they had transformed into dazzling red roses. Whoosh! 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 After the 6 rays of extreme light pierced through 6 vital points on Shu Qing's body and killed him, they continued to fly out rapidly and crashed into the wall on the side of the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace. One must admit that the wall on the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace was really sturdy. Even if Duan Lingtian executed the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash with his current strength after breaking through and swiftly shot out 6 extreme flashes, he was unable to leave even the slightest trace of a mark on it. Boom! Finally, Shu Qing's body fell into a pool of blood. He no longer made a sound. The strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in North Nether Sect was dead. How's this possible? No. Impossible. This is impossible. The scene stunned Zhuo Yu, who was about to fight with Shu Qing for the spirit fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. When Zhuo Yu took a step forward, he happened to witness the scene in front of him. He was so shocked that his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. He could no longer move. What a powerful energy! The eyes of the injured Duan Lingtian lit up immediately after he killed Shu Qing. Whoosh! At the same time, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head stirred and gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of more than 2,000 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared. This was because Duan Lingtian was injured. Otherwise, the number of ancient horned dragons' silhouettes that appeared in the heaven and earth phenomenon would definitely be more than this. However, even if it was just a small number, it still made Zhuo Yu, who was standing in the distance, in a daze. Horror filled his eyes. Run! 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 At this moment, this was the only thought left in Zhuo Yu's mind. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zhuo Yu moved like a bolt of lightning and dashed toward the corridor furthest away from Duan Lingtian. He wanted to escape from there. That corridor was also where the bumpy road test that he had gone through when he came here was located. Trying to escape. Duan Lingtian noticed Zhuo Yu's movement immediately. At this moment, a smirk crept up the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Yu had been coveting the profundity fragment in his hand since the first time they met. If Zhuo Yu was not worried about Shu Qing and Lei Zhong in the beginning, he might have already attacked him when they first met. In addition to the fact that Zhuo Yu wanted to kill him earlier, it was even more impossible for him to let Zhuo Yu go. As Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he planned to perform the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash again. In his opinion, with his current ability, if he performed the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, he would be able to kill Zhuo Yu with the 6 ultimate flashes before he could escape. However, just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected accident happened. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian shook the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. Just as he was about to make his move, a wave of turbulence came from his internal organs. Horror dawned on his face before it turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, an intense pain spread throughout his body, causing him to feel as if he had lost all his strength. Clang! In the end, Duan Lingtian could only use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword to support his shaky body on the ground. What's going on? When Duan Lingtian saw Zhuo Yu's silhouette disappearing into the corridor in the distance, he no longer had the strength to chase after him even though he was unwilling to do so. At this moment, the inside of his body was in a complete mess. When Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses, he finally realized what had happened after he used inner vision for a while. IITs because of this. After knowing the reason, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly with a helpless expression on his face. As it turned out, the reason why his internal organs were in turmoil and the sharp pain that spread throughout his body caused him to lose all his strength was because of this. It was caused by the origin energy that had merged with the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit. To be more precise, it was because of the origin energy that had broken through again. Initially, when his cultivation base had broken through to the 4th level void transformation, he had allowed his origin energy to form an autonomous circulatory cycle and circulate it according to the roaming dragon form mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. This way, it would not affect him in any way. However, he never imagined that the yuan energy that was suddenly extracted from him when he killed Shu Qing would cause the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill to display its might. Together with the medicinal strength of the redbud fruit, It would lead his yuan energy to accelerate to the limit. In just a short while, he had broken through the bottleneck to the 5th level void transformation, helping him to break through to the 5th level void transformation in one fell swoop. After his cultivation base had broken through to the 5th level void transformation, his origin energy had transformed as expected. After the breakthrough, his origin energy was guided by the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit. Its speed was much faster than before. This also broke the circulatory cycle that Duan Lingtian had allowed his origin energy to circulate on its own. The origin energy went astray and injured his meridians, causing his body to be in a mess. As a result, Duan Lingtian was severely injured again. The injuries that originated from his body caused Duan Lingtian to lose all his strength. He could only watch as Zhuo Yu left. Now, I can only hope that Zhuo Yu can't find a way to leave. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. He did not dare to think about what would happen next. When he felt the origin energy in his body still rampaging and causing him to feel intense pain, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and began to soothe the restless origin energy. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roaming Dragon Form. Under Duan Lingtian's soothing, the origin energy that was guided by the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill and the redbud fruit finally returned to normal and began to circulate normally. At this moment, Duan Lingtian consumed another life recovery pill to heal his injuries. The injuries on his internal organs healed rapidly. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian once again allowed the origin energy in his body to circulate on its own. He then flew out and headed in the direction that Zhuo Yu had left. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the bumpy road. As he passed through the bumpy road in reverse, he was warmly welcomed by the nature energy. However, since his strength had increased greatly, the bumpy road was like walking on flat ground to him. He did not feel any pressure at all. Where's Zhuo Yu? After passing through the bumpy road, Duan Lingtian did not see Zhuo Yu. In the end, he sensed the aura of an inscription formation in a corner. This inscription formation, through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian easily knew the function of the inscription formation in the corner. It was a one-way inscription formation. Usually, it would only appear at the entrance and exit of certain special places. One could only exit but not enter, and one could only enter but not exit. There's a path here as well. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and activated the inscription formation. It transformed into a faint light shield that covered the large floor in the corner. Rumble. Rumble. Chapter 1001. Zhuo Yu must have left from here. If I chase after him, it'll be difficult for me to come back. Duan Lingtian looked at the entrance of the stone staircase that was covered by a faint light shield. His expression was grave. The light shield in front of him was formed by a special inscription formation. No matter who it was, as long as they passed through it, their aura would be remembered by it and they would not be able to pass through it again. Since this inscription formation was created by a powerhouse like Emperor Wu, only a powerhouse like Emperor Wu could destroy it by force. Otherwise, they would have to obey its rules. If Duan Lingtian passed through the light shield formed by the inscription formation and entered the entrance of the stone staircase, he would not be able to catch up with Zhuo Yu. He might not even be able to catch up with Zhuo Yu. Even if he managed to catch up, he might not be able to return to the 4th level of Qingfeng Palace, let alone go to the 5th level to look for Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body and obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Martial Emperor Qingfeng's body. According to Duan Lingtian's deduction, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body should be on the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace. I might not be able to come back if I chase after him. I might not be able to catch up with Zhuo Yu and kill him. If I don't chase after him, Zhuo Yu will definitely be able to leave Emperor Wu's secret treasure alive. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. Once Zhuo Yu leaves Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the 3 major second-rate forces, Anika sect, Izamo sect, and North Nether sect will definitely know that I killed Shu Qing, Lei Zhong, and Lei Jun. Shu Qing is the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. He's also the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. If the North Nether sect finds out that I killed him, they'll definitely not let me go. As for Lei Zhong and Lei Jun, They're the two most outstanding young disciples in Izumo sect. Lei Zhong is the direct disciple of a martial monarch powerhouse in Izumo sect, while Lei Jun is the direct disciple of the sect leader of North Nether sect. It's inevitable that Izumo sect and I are like fire and water. Perhaps I didn't directly offend the Anika sect, but once the people from the Anika sect find out that my only son is on the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace and might be able to ascend to the 5th level to obtain the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body, they won't let me go either. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly. There was no doubt that the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert would target him because of Zhuo Yu's departure. At that time, not only would he have to face a group of powerhouses at the peak of the void from the 3 great second-rate forces, but he would also have to face 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 great second-rate forces. After all, each of the 3 great second-rate forces had at least one martial monarch powerhouse. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt great pressure. Should we give chase and take a gamble? Perhaps, I can catch up to Zhuo Yu. However, if I do that, I might not be able to catch up to him. If that's the case, not only will I have to give up the 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's body, but the 3 great second-rate forces will also target me. The thoughts in Duan Lingtian's mind changed rapidly. In the end, he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Forget it. Provoking 3 second-rate forces or provoking 1 second-rate force doesn't make much of a difference to me. I'll just deal with whatever comes my way. Before he entered Qing Feng Palace, he had already admitted that he had killed Lei Jun, the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izumo sect. Then, he had also killed Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Izumo sect. From that moment on, he had completely offended Izumo sect. Unless he could kill all the witnesses at that time. Otherwise, Izumo sect would find out that he had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun sooner or later. I'm not even afraid of Izumo sect. Why would I, Duan Lingtian, be afraid of North Nether sect and Anika sect, who are equally as famous as Izumo sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. For a moment, a strong and fearless confidence radiated from his body. Since he had thought it through, Duan Lingtian no longer thought about Zhuo Yu's escape. So what if it's the 3 great second-rate forces? I, Duan Lingtian, am not afraid of them. Duan Lingtian, who was full of confidence, turned around and walked toward the bumpy road. After passing through the bumpy road easily, he once again entered the central area of the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace. A body lay quietly in the central area of the 4th level. It was Shu Qing's body. Not far from Shu Qing's body, a green vine extended from the ground and lifted up a piece of the floor. On the other side, a stone platform stood where the floor was lifted up. There was an exquisite little box on it. It was the box that seemed to contain the golden key. You've saved my life, too. Duan Lingtian moved and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone platform where the little box was placed. At the same time, he reached out and picked up the little box. As Duan Lingtian opened the little box, a golden crescent-shaped key appeared before his eyes. This golden key was exactly the same as the silver key and the copper key in his hand. The only difference was the color. I've finally gathered all 3 keys. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he took out the other 2 keys and stacked the 3 keys together. When the gold, silver, and copper crescent-shaped keys were stacked together, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the aura of the inscription formation. It came from the 3 keys. There's an inscription formation on these 3 keys. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. When the 3 keys were stacked together, he realized he had combined and activated the inscription formation on the 3 keys. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Subsequently, a series of loud noises came from the top of Duan Lingtian's head and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and saw it clearly. The ceiling above the central area of the 4th level was slowly moving and opening the door to the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace for him. Not only that. Boom. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, after the door to the 5th level opened, a huge box fell and landed not far away from him. It was a box that was completely black and looked extremely ordinary. However, it gave Duan Lingtian an extraordinary feeling. This is Ink steel? When Duan Lingtian saw the box, his eyes could not help but narrow as he said in shock, "Isn't this too exaggerated? The entire box is made of ink steel. Extravagant. This is too extravagant." Ink steel was a refining material that Duan Lingtian learned about from the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. If it was not for the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he would not have been able to recognize ink steel. Ink steel was a refining material that could be used to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons or even royal grade spirit weapons. It was extremely tough. If a grade 1 weapon craftsman were to refine it, he would need to burn it with a grade 1 weapon flame for a month before the ink steel would show any signs of softening. It would take 3 months for the ink steel to turn into a puddle of liquid. Based on this, one could see how tough the ink steel was. "Although I'm strong now, it's almost impossible for me to destroy this ink steel." Duan Lingtian shook his head and studied the box that was completely made of ink steel in front of him. The box was tightly locked, revealing 3 identical keyholes that were arranged in a row. "Is this the keyhole for the 3 keys?" When Duan Lingtian saw the 3 keyholes on the box, he could not help but look at the 3 keys in his hand. His breathing quickened. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort to obtain these 3 keys. Especially on the 4th floor of Qing Feng Palace, he was almost killed by Xu Qing and Zhuo Yu. It could be said that he had risked his life to obtain the golden key. This box can only be opened with 3 keys. Moreover, it's an extravagant box that's made of ink steel. I wonder what kind of treasures are in it. Filled with excitement, Duan Lingtian stuffed the 3 keys in his hand into the 3 keyholes on the box one by one. Pa! A soft sound reverberated in the air. Under Duan Lingtian's attentive gaze, the box opened. At once, everything inside was exposed before his eyes. A fiery red soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing lay quietly in the box. Unlike ordinary swords that were 3 feet long, this fiery red soft sword was 5 feet long. Moreover, there was a faint red glow around it. With just one look, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. This sword, with just one look, Duan Lingtian realized that the fiery red soft sword in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. However, he was almost certain that this was his first time seeing this sword. Could it be that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu is familiar with it? But not me. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian began to search the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. It didn't take long for him to get the answer he wanted. So, this fiery red soft sword is a spirit weapon that the Reincarnation Emperor Wu personally refined back then. Just like the sword in my hand, it's also a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. After learning about the origin of the fiery red soft sword, Duan Lingtian had to admit that he was slightly disappointed. "Young man, congratulations on gathering 3 keys and obtaining the refined weapon that I obtained by chance back then. This refined weapon is even more powerful than a grade 1 spirit weapon. It can increase one's strength by 2 times. At the same time, the polyphony formation in the box was activated, and a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was a message from the Qing Feng Emperor Wu. His tone was solemn. Based on the Qing Feng Emperor Wu's tone, one could tell that he treasured this quasi-royal grade spirit sword a lot. "I'm afraid Martial Emperor Qing Feng would never have imagined that the person who obtained the sword he left behind after so many years probably doesn't care about the sword at all." Duan Lingtian sighed as he looked at the fiery red soft sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing in the box. He already had a quasi-royal grade spirit sword a long time ago. Having another one would not help him at all. Chapter 1002. Ink steel was a necessary material to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons. It was extremely precious. Back then, in order to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons, Reincarnation Emperor Wu had racked his brains to obtain a limited amount of ink steel. The amount of ink steel was not even 1% of the ink steel that was used to forge the box. This sword, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took out the fiery red flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He held it in his hand and swung it gently. Buzz! The 5-foot-long fiery red flexible sword vibrated and let out a clear sword chime that was pleasing to the ear. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword after all. Duan Lingtian quickly put it away. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not forget to put away the box that was completely made of ink steel. To him, this was a real treasure that he would need to refine quasi-royal grade spirit weapons and royal grade spirit weapons in the future. Currently, Duan Lingtian had the intention of preparing for a rainy day. 3 keys to open the door to the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace and open the box that contains the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian glanced at the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace. In the end, he did not go up directly. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate. Heal. This was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do now. In his opinion, if he was not mistaken, the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace should be where the body of Qingfeng Emperor Wu was located. According to the tests that Qingfeng Emperor Wu had set up in the lower 4 levels of Qingfeng Palace, it was not difficult to guess that the test on the 5th level of Qingfeng Palace would be even more difficult. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the body of Qingfeng Emperor Wu. I'm injured now. Moreover, I haven't fully digested the medicinal efficacy of the amethyst fruit. I should wait until I'm done cultivating and my injuries are healed before I challenge the 5th level. After Duan Lingtian made up his mind, he focused on cultivating and healing his injuries. Time passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the redbud fruit's medicinal efficacy in the origin energy that flowed in his meridians had completely vanished. At this moment, his cultivation base had just reached the bottleneck of the 6th level void transformation stage. It's already not bad to be able to hold on for so long. Even so, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised by the violet spike fruit's medicinal effect. Although the violet spike fruit's medicinal effect is gone, the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal effect is still able to circulate the origin energy in my body at the same speed. Break through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the 6th level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Roaming Dragon Transformation. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian raised his cultivation base, he did not forget to heal his injuries and comprehend his concept while holding the 2 concept fragments. Fragments of concept of wind were naturally indispensable. Currently, the improvement of his wind concept was equivalent to the improvement of his fire concept as well. Therefore, he would not let go of any opportunity to raise his wind concept. As for the other 3 concepts, he mainly comprehended the earth concept. The reason he made such a choice was very simple. The earth concept could borrow the earth energy through communicating with the earth. If the earth concept encountered a bottleneck, he would comprehend the thunder concept from the remaining 2 concepts because the thunder concept was at a higher level than the sword concept. He would comprehend concepts as he cultivated. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's injuries were recovering rapidly under the medicinal effect of the life recovery pill. He soon recovered to his prime as though he was never injured. Duan Lingtian's body that was sitting cross-legged suddenly trembled slightly. Subsequently, he opened his eyes and a bright light flashed through his eyes. At the same time, his face was filled with surprise. The 6th level void transformation stage. I've finally broken through. Yes, the medicinal effect of the rebirth pill has also returned to my dantian. As Duan Lingtian was mumbling to himself in surprise, a milky white flame rose from his body and caused the heaven and earth energy above his head to stir. In the end, the stirring heaven and earth energy condensed and transformed into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Ancient horned dragons' silhouettes appeared and wriggled down lifelike. 400 silhouettes. 500 silhouettes. 600 silhouettes. The number of ancient horned dragons' silhouettes continued to rise until it reached 800 silhouettes. The origin energy of the 6th level void transformation stage was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragon. There's still the concept. When Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, the earth concept appeared and merged with the origin energy, causing the origin energy to transform into waves of khaki energy that twined around his body. When the earth concept appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky turned into 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Unfortunately, due to the impact of the bumpy road on Qingfeng Palace's 4th level, I can't borrow the earth energy here. Otherwise, I'd be able to increase the strength of another 50 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and glanced at the 900 ancient horned dragons' silhouettes above his head before he sighed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses. At that instant, the khaki origin energy trembled and emitted waves of sharp aura. It was none other than the sword concept. When the 9th level intermediate sword concept appeared, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky changed again and turned into 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled thunder reverberated in the air. Subsequently, purple lightning that twined around the khaki energy appeared. First level advanced thunder concept. It was equivalent to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. For a time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above the sky changed again and turned into 1,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Subsequently, the purple robe on Duan Lingtian's body fluttered, and waves of deep green wind swept out. At once, another 400 ancient horned dragons silhouettes appeared in the sky. Whoosh! Accompanying the appearance of the green wind was a vast flame that filled the sky, causing another 400 ancient horned dragons silhouettes to appear in the sky. It was the 3rd level advance wind concept and the 3rd level advance fire concept that was born from it. At that moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head had already formed 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. It was majestic and breathtaking. All of this did not end because of this. As the green wind merged with the flames soared again. The wind concept was infused with the fire concept. At once, another 200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes appeared. It was the fire concept's 50% increase in strength under the method of infusing the wind concept with the fire concept. 2,200 ancient horned dragons silhouettes hovered above Duan Lingtian's head, causing Duan Lingtian to narrow his eyes slightly. If I use the quasi-royal grade spirit sword again, with just a thought, a sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that he had been using earlier. As Duan Lingtian's energy merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred, and 800 ancient horned dragons silhouettes appeared out of thin air. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage. When his origin energy fully exploded, the strength it contained was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword's amplification was equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. The 3,000 ancient horned dragons silhouettes gathered above Duan Lingtian's head and fell into his eyes, constantly impacting his eyeballs. Nothing was more than a feast for the eyes. The sword in my hand contains the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian held the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand and stared at the various concepts that were fused with his origin energy. His face was filled with heartfelt excitement. If I borrow the earth energy as well, my strength is equivalent to the strength of 3,050 ancient horned dragons when I unleash my full strength. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart surged. Whoosh! Without anyone noticing, Duan Lingtian stood up and stood with his sword in hand. The purple robe on his body fluttered without the wind. His body emitted a strong confidence that came from the bottom of his heart. A 9th level void transformation martial artist who has comprehended the 9th level void transformation concept. Without a spirit weapon, his full strength is equivalent to the strength of 2,200 ancient horned dragons. If such a martial artist doesn't use a spirit weapon, I'm not afraid at all. However, if he uses a spirit weapon, I'm far from being a match for him. Even if he's only using a grade 2 spirit weapon. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was undoubtedly of a very high grade. It could even double his strength. However, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the 6th level void transformation stage. The double boost on his origin energy was only equivalent to the strength of 800 ancient horned dragons. However, a 9th level void transformation martial artist would have the strength of 1,200 ancient horned dragons if he fully unleashed his origin energy. Even if he only used a grade 2 spirit weapon with a 78% boost, he would still be able to increase the strength of 930 ancient horned dragons. The boost was much stronger than Du and Lingtian. I can't believe that my strength can achieve such a breakthrough after coming to the 4th level of Qing Feng Palace. Initially, my full strength was only equivalent to the strength of 1,600 ancient horned dragons. Now, I can exert the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. My strength has almost doubled. Du and Lingtian's emotions surged. He could not calm down for a long time. After a while, he lifted his head and looked at the door that led to the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace. Now, it's time for me to go up and find out. No matter what test Emperor Wu set up above, I'll pass them one by one. I'll get the 3 profundity fragments from his body. Du and Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. He flew up into the air and entered the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace, which was also the last level. When Du and Lingtian entered Qing Feng Palace, Zuoyu left the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace. Not only did Zuoyu leave Qing Feng Palace, but he had also left the central area of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure and returned to the entrance that he came from. Whoosh! After entering the entrance that belonged to him, Zuoyu entered the illusory formation again and rushed back the way he came. Du and Lingtian, I'd like to see how you're going to escape from the 3 major sect. Chapter 1003. In the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. On the 2nd level of Qing Feng Palace, 2 figures walked side by side. They shuttled through every corner of the 2nd level as though they were looking for something. There's nothing on the 2nd level. Isn't that Emperor Wu a little too stingy? The red-clothed young man furrowed his brows and cursed. Unlike the red-clad young man, the blue-clad young man next to him had a calm expression. His eyes were cold as though he did not hear the red-clad young man's words. If someone was here and saw these 2 young men, they would definitely be shocked. This was because these 2 young men looked exactly the same. Their identities were obvious. They were the Nangong brothers from the 5-element sect. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling reverberated from the sky, causing Nangong Yi's expression to change. As for Nangong Chen, he reached out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed in the direction of the sound. What's that? Nangong Yi, who was slow to react, could not help but look at Nangong Chen curiously. Nangong Chen, who had a calm expression and a cold gaze, had a complete change of expression when he opened his hand that grabbed the item that fell. A look of surprise appeared on his face. There was a hint of excitement in the depth of his eyes. Profundity. Profundity fragment. Looking at the 2 fragments in Nangong Chen's hand, Nangong Yi was stunned for a moment before he gulped hard. One of the 2 fragments in Nangong Chen's hand was shrouded in purple energy while the other was shrouded in khaki energy. The Thunder Profundity Fragment. The Earth Profundity Fragment. Before the Nangong brothers could recover from their surprise, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice entered their ears clearly. Congratulations, lucky young man. It's because someone failed to retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from my body in time after opening the 5th level of Qing Feng Palace. For this reason, the inscription formation that I left behind activated on its own and drew the 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments out of my body to an activated drop point on the 4th floor of Qing Feng Palace. I've set up densely packed drop points on the 4th floor of Qing Feng Palace with an inscription formation. Once the inscription formation is activated, the drop points will be activated automatically. The voice that entered the ears of the Nangong brothers was not unfamiliar to them. They could tell that this was the voice of the Emperor Wu expert who left behind the secret treasure of Emperor Wu. Even the palace they were in now was left behind by Emperor Wu. After regaining their senses from the Martial Emperor's message, Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi could not help but look at each other. For a moment, they could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. This works too. The 4th floor of Qing Feng Palace had drop points set up by Emperor Wu with an inscription formation. Everyone on the 4th floor could activate the drop points. The 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments would appear at one of the drop points through the inscription formation, and now, it just so happened to appear at the drop points that they had activated. Our luck is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Nangong Yi gulped hard when he regained his senses. His breathing was rapid as he spoke with some difficulty. Yes. This time, Nangong Chen nodded in agreement, which was rare. But why isn't it the water profundity fragment? Nangong Yi said in a slightly frantic manner. Of the two Monarch stage profundity fragments, one was the earth profundity fragment, and the other was the thunder profundity fragment. However, Nangong Chen could use the earth profundity fragment. As for the thunder profundity fragment, it was destined to be handed over to the sect. I wonder which unlucky bastard did not retrieve the 3 profundity fragments from Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body in time after activating the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace. Soon, Nangong Yi seemed to know what was done was done. He was no longer angry. When he recalled the person that Qingfeng Emperor Wu mentioned, he gloated. If he wasn't unlucky, the 2 profundity fragments would have been his, not ours. It was rare for Nangong Chen to say such a long sentence. Compared to the excitement of the Nangong brothers, Duan Lingtian, who had ascended to the 5th floor from the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace, was very, very, very depressed. All of this originated from the message that Qingfeng Emperor Wu left behind. Young man, although you've arrived at the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace, you didn't come up after activating the 5th floor. For this reason, the inscription formation that I left behind has guided the 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments from my body to the 4th floor of Qingfeng Palace to find their new owner. Duan Lingtian almost threw up blood when he heard Qingfeng Emperor Wu's words. He didn't come up after activating the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace? It was because he was worried that the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace would be dangerous. That was why he planned to ascend to the 5th floor after his cultivation base had broken through and his injuries had healed. If I knew there was no test on the 5th floor, I wouldn't have taken so long to ascend. Duan Lingtian clenched his teeth as he looked at the skeleton covered in a green robe that was close to him. The 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments in Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body were gone just like that because he had arrived a little late. As soon as he ascended to the 5th floor of Qingfeng Palace, he noticed that Qingfeng Emperor Wu did not set up any test on the 5th floor. There was only one skeleton sitting cross-legged nearby. It was Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. Although Qingfeng Emperor Wu had passed away many years ago, his skeleton was well preserved. He maintained a cross-legged cultivation posture, giving off an aura of vicissitudes. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian took out the only remaining profundity fragment in Qingfeng Emperor Wu's body. Unlike the Monarch stage profundity fragment, this profundity fragment did not glow with energy. Duan Lingtian held the profundity fragment in his hand. There seemed to be wisps of deep green wind surrounding it, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of pressure when he was touched by the waves of aura. He could not help but take 2 steps back in shock. This is the Emperor stage wind profundity fragment. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian studied the profundity fragment in his hand seriously. He began to search reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory and soon obtained his answer. The profundity fragment in his hand was the Emperor stage wind profundity fragment. According to reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, this profundity fragment should be a 2nd-level Emperor stage wind profundity fragment. After searching reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory again, Duan Lingtian obtained his answer. The 2nd-level Emperor stage wind profundity fragment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. With this 2nd-level Emperor stage wind profundity fragment, it means that when I comprehend the 9th-level Monarch stage wind profundity in the future, I'll be able to comprehend the Emperor stage wind profundity in one fell swoop. Duan Lingtian was extremely excited. After half a day, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down a little. However, his face was still filled with endless excitement and joy. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about the other 2 Monarch stage profundity fragments. In his world, there was only the 2nd-level Emperor stage wind profundity fragment left. Gasp! After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian put the 2nd-level Emperor stage wind profundity fragment away into his spatial ring with trembling hands. Only then did his excited emotions completely calm down. This is Qingfeng Palace's 5th level. There should be other treasures, right? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian began to search Qingfeng Palace's 5th level, but he found nothing in the end. Apart from the Emperor stage profundity fragment, there was nothing else. I'm still too greedy. This Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is comparable to all the other treasures left behind by Qing Feng Emperor Wu. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. I wonder who obtained the 2 Monarch Stage Profundity Fragments. However, since I've already obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragments, it's time for me to leave. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left Qing Feng Palace's 5th level and returned to the 4th level. Subsequently, he went down the stone staircase that Zhuo Yu had left from. I wonder if I'll meet Zhuo Yu again. If I do, I'll definitely kill him. Cold killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian soon arrived at Qing Feng Palace's 1st level as he walked down the stone staircase. Before he could react, he had already entered the illusory formation. Under Qing Feng Emperor Wu's guidance, Duan Lingtian walked out of the illusory formation and left Qing Feng Palace. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian heard a familiar voice as soon as he walked out of Qing Feng Palace. When he lifted his head and looked over, he realized Huang Daniu was already waiting outside. Huang Daniu's eyes lit up when he saw him coming out. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed something else. Not far away from Huang Daniu, a young man was hovering in the air. His expression was extremely grave. When Huang Daniu greeted him, the young man's body began to tremble as if Huang Daniu was some kind of monster. He's a 5-element sect's disciple? A moment later, Duan Lingtian recognized the young man. He seems to be a Fire Peak's disciple as well. He was no stranger to Fire Peak. Hu Fei, the person he killed when he first entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure, was a Fire Peak's disciple in the 5-element sect. Moreover, he was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu and asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, how are you going to thank me this time? Huang Daniu chuckled. Thank you? Thank you for what? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned as he asked in confusion. What if I say, I found the person who spread the fake news about you obtaining the profundity fragment? The smile on Huang Daniu's face grew even brighter. You found that person? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked by Huang Daniu's words. Chapter 1004. It's you. In an instant, cold gleams shot out from Duan Lingtian's eyes as though he was about to devour someone. That's right, it's me. After the Fire Peak disciple was terrified to the extreme, he seemed to have lost his cool. He clenched his teeth and stared at Duan Lingtian before he braced himself and said, I don't think I know you. Why do you want to harm me? Upon hearing the Fire Peak disciple's confession, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. His eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed across them. I owe senior brother Hu Fei a life. The Fire Peak disciple said in a deep voice. Hu Fei. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, this Fire Peak disciple was trying to avenge Hu Fei who he had killed. However, Hu Fei knew how to save people as well. He found it a little hard to believe. I can't believe that Hu Fei can get someone to owe him a life. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Huang Daniu could not help but mock him. Hu Fei was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. At the same time, he was also the traitor of Wood Peak. In order to stand out, not only did Hu Fei betray Wood Peak who had nurtured him, he even betrayed his own master and savior. He had no reputation in the 5-element sect at all. Now, anyone would be surprised to hear that a person like Hu Fei would save people. However, both Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu did not know about this at all. The reason why Hu Fei saved this Fire Peak disciple's life was more for his own benefit. It was not purely for the sake of saving this Fire Peak disciple. Just like Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu's understanding of Hu Fei was a cold-blooded animal. It was impossible for him to be merciful and benevolent. Everything he had done was for himself. Selfishness was his synonym. If that's the case, you can return your life to him, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Then, he raised his hand at lightning speed and condensed a sword ray that shot out. It was so fast that even Huang Daniu could not catch a glimpse of it. let alone that Fire Peak disciple. Poochie. A soft sound was heard. An arrow of blood spurted out from the throat of the Fire Peak disciple. The blood splattered in the air like blooming red roses. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Following that, the Fire Peak disciple's body fell to the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. Duan Lingtian's attack was decisive and merciless. So fast. Huang Danyu's pupils contracted. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. He only saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand. In the next moment, the Fire Peak disciple died. From the beginning until the end, he did not see how Duan Lingtian made his move. It seems like Duan Lingtian had a fortuitous encounter in there. Otherwise, it's impossible for his strength to increase so much. Thinking of this, Huang Danyu looked at Duan Lingtian with envy. To Duan Lingtian, killing the Fire Peak disciple was like doing something insignificant. All of a sudden, he seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Huang Danyu curiously. "Danyu, how did you find out?" He. Naturally, Huang Danyu knew what Duan Lingtian was asking about. After chuckling, he continued to say, "I met him in there. I happened to hear him spreading a rumor that you obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment and wanted to harm you. Then, I caught him, and after a round of coercion, he finally confessed to me how he had harmed you." Huang Danyu finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a realization. He looked at Huang Danyu gratefully. "No matter what, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known who was the person who tried to harm me in the dark." Although the person who spread the rumor outside Emperor Wu's secret treasure and wanted to harm him did not succeed, it was still a matter of time before this. But that matter was undoubtedly a knot in his heart. He desperately wanted to know who was the person who tried to harm him in the dark. If he did not find out who that person was, he would feel restless every time he thought about it. There was a hidden person who was harming him in this world. To him, it was undoubtedly a huge potential threat. It's nothing. Moreover, you gave me a grade 1 spirit weapon earlier and helped me in there. Consider it as me returning the favor." Huang Danyu waved his hand and said generously. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not continue to dwell on this topic. Instead, he asked curiously, "Danyu, how long have you been out?" "About half an hour." Huang Danyu pondered for a moment before he replied. Whoosh. While Duan Lingtian and Huang Danyu were chatting, another figure flew out of the palace. "It's a disciple from a second-rate force. Duan Lingtian, should we kill him? Otherwise, he'll spread rumors after he exits from entrance number 1. Huang Danyu stared at the figure in the distance. His eyes gleamed fiercely. "No need." Duan Lingtian shook his head under the horrified gaze of the Anika sect's disciple who had a change of expression after hearing Huang Danyu's words. When he was brought out of the illusory formation, he had already vaguely realized it. It was very likely that Zhuo Yu had left Qingfeng Palace and the real martial emperor's secret treasure. It would not take long for him to leave from entrance number 1 and tell Izamo sect that he had killed Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. Moreover, Zhuo Yu would also tell North Nether sect that he had killed Shu Qing. Moreover, Zhuo Yu would definitely tell Anika sect that he had the Monarch stage profundity fragment in his possession and that he might have obtained the 3 profundity fragments from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng Palace. At that time, not only would he have to face Izamo sect and North Nether sect who would seek revenge, but he would also have to face Anika sect who wanted to snatch the profundity fragments from him. The 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert had their eyes on him at the same time. Just the thought of it sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. To the current him, 3 second-rate forces were undoubtedly colossal existences. The Anika sect's disciple sighed in relief when he saw that Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking him. He looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully before he flew away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, people began to leave one after another. Other than the few remaining disciples from the second-rate forces, the survivors from the third-rate forces also left Qingfeng Palace one by one. Soon after, a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Xian Bei. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw the young monk before him, and he took the initiative to greet him. Duan Lingtian. Xianbei felt a little awkward when he saw Duan Lingtian. Back then, when he was at Skywolf Fort, the person who challenged him to a battle had unknowingly possessed a strength that far surpassed his own. Now, he had completely lost his temper when he faced the other party. "I'll take my leave first." Perhaps Xianbei felt particularly depressed in front of Duan Lingtian, so he quickly left after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian. As for the Empyrean Temple's disciples who might have survived in Qingfeng Palace, he completely ignored them. "Ha ha! Duan Lingtian, this little bald donkey is afraid of you." Huang Daniu could not help but laugh when he recalled the scene when Xianbei took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian before they entered the palace. At that time, Xianbei was high-spirited and full of confidence. However, he could only flee in the face of Duan Lingtian now. Compared to Huang Daniu's unbridled laughter, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an emotional fluctuation. Now that his strength had increased, his mentality had undergone a tremendous change. He no longer regarded Xianbei, a young disciple of the Empyrean Temple, as an opponent. With his current strength, there were only a few people in the Empyrean Temple who were qualified to be his opponent. Not long after Xianbei left, Zhongyang also came out. After Zhongyang came out, he saw Duan Lingtian immediately. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left. "Zhongyang." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhongyang's departing silhouette. He only regained his senses when Zhongyang's silhouette disappeared before his eyes. Zhongyang was from the Dark Han dynasty like him, and they were from the same imperial kingdom. When he faced Zhongyang, he felt a sense of familiarity. Perhaps, it was because Zhongyang was from the same hometown as him. Both of them were from the Dark Han dynasty, and both of them were the strongest among the younger generation in a third-rate force in the northern desert. This was enough to shock people. Moreover, he and Zhongyang were not only from the Dark Han dynasty, they were also from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom under the Darkstone Empire. Silhouettes flew out of Qingfeng Palace and left one after another. Big Brother Zhong. Not long after, a silhouette flew out of Qingfeng Palace and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. It was none other than Zhong Shouyong. Zhong Shouyong's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Half an hour had passed since Zhong Shouyong came out. Whoosh! At this moment, a fiery red silhouette that Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with flew out of Qingfeng Palace and arrived beside him like a fire spirit. "Elder Brother Duan." A soft and pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, the silhouette that was like a fire spirit stood beside Duan Lingtian. Her graceful body was filled with temptation, and her beautiful face seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Tian Wu. Looking at the lady before him, a gentle smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes were filled with love. "Where's Su Li? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Huang Daniu could not help but frown when he saw Feng Tianwu had come out. "Let's wait a little longer," Duan Lingtian said. However, after waiting for a while, no one came out of Qingfeng Palace. Duan Lingtian and the other three still did not see Su Li. Could something have happened to Su Li? Huang Daniu's face darkened as he muttered. "Don't jinx it. Maybe Su Li came out earlier than you. He left on his own because he wasn't sure if we came out or not." Duan Lingtian cursed as he spoke of his own opinion. Of course, even though he said that, he was still uncertain. "Let's go out first then," Zhong Shouyong suggested. "All right." Duan Lingtian and the other two did not have any objections. Subsequently, the four of them departed from the central area of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. As soon as they left the central area, Duan Lingtian and the other three parted ways. Chapter 1005. Duan Lingtian found his entrance in a spacious cave by following his memory of walking all the way from the periphery of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, this place was also an exit. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian made his move. After passing through the exit, he continued to fly out. With a flash, he realized he had returned to the boundless grassland in the illusory formation. Looking at the boundless grassland in front of him, he felt extremely peaceful in his heart. With my current speed, I can save more than half of the time compared to when I first came in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had achieved a breakthrough in his strength, was full of confidence. Subsequently, Qingfeng Emperor Wu's voice resonated from the polyphony formation that was integrated into the illusory formation. It entered Duan Lingtian's ears and guided Duan Lingtian in the direction to leave. If it were not for this, Duan Lingtian would have definitely gotten lost. The illusory formation was unpredictable. Although he still appeared in the grassland, there were some substantial changes to this grassland. It was completely different from the grassland he passed through last time. Not only that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was flying in the sky above the grassland, soon discovered another problem. When I came here, there were many offensive inscription formations that were integrated into the illusory formation that attacked me. However, I don't see any trace of those inscription formations now. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he hurried along. Just as Duan Lingtian and the group of young powerhouses were hurrying along in the illusory formation. At the intersection of the central area and the northern area of the northern desert, there was a Hungduan mountain range that was particularly quiet. In the sky above a valley in the Hungduan mountain range, 3 old men were sitting cross-legged in the sky. They were in a state of cultivation and turned a deaf ear to everything around them. The 3 old men sat cross-legged in the sky as though they were one with the heaven and earth. There was no distinction between them anymore. Whoosh! Suddenly, a slight wind whistling sound came from the bottom of the valley. The sound of wind whistling was not very loud, but when it entered the ears of the 3 old men, it was like a thunderclap, causing them to open their eyes at the same time. A bright light flashed across their eyes. Then, their gazes fell on the young man who had just come out of the grey light shield. Zhuyu. One of them was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He looked like an immortal, but when he saw the young man, he couldn't help but frown. The young man who came out of the grey light shield was none other than Zhuyu, the #1 person among the younger generation of Anika sect. Master. When Zhuyu came out, his face was still a little ugly. When he heard someone calling him, he hurriedly looked over and bowed respectfully. The old man before him was his master, Bai Yu Hai. He was also the only martial monarch powerhouse in Anika sect. Zhuyu, what's going on? Why are you the first to come out? Bai Yu Hai asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, those who entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure would have a higher chance of obtaining the profundity fragment that their Anika sect needed if they stayed in there for as long as possible. However, his direct disciple was the first to come out. Ha ha. Old Bai, it seems like your direct disciple isn't that great after all. A sturdy old man nearby laughed out loud. Indeed, he's not that great. He came out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure so quickly. I don't think he obtained any profundity fragment, another old man said in a grey-robed old man's expression. The other grey-robed old man said indifferently as he looked at Bai Yu Hai with a mocking gaze. When Bai Yu Hai heard the 2 old men's mocking words, his face turned grave. He looked at Zhuyu with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. At the same time, he asked in a deep voice, Zhuyu, did you obtain any profundity fragment? No. When Zhuyu heard the 2 old men's words, he was shocked by his master's words. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly answered. I told you. It's impossible for him to obtain a profundity fragment if he came out so quickly, the grey-robed old man said again. Old Bai, I've always heard you boast about how outstanding your direct disciple is. Now, it seems like he's just SOSO. I'm afraid he's not even as good as my useless disciple, Lei Zhong. The sturdy old man smiled at Bai Yu Hai. When Bai Yu Hai heard the 2 old men's mocking words, his expression turned even more grave. He glared at Zhuyu as though he expected better from him. Zhuyu could not help but smile wryly when he was glared at by Bai Yu Hai. However, when his gaze fell on the other 2 old men, his eyes could not help but flash with a trace of ridicule. At the same time, he said bluntly, Seniors. The reason I came out so quickly is to report to both of you. Although Zhuyu appeared humble when he faced the 2 old men, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. These 2 old fogies were mocking his master, saying that he was useless. He was curious. What kind of expression would these two old men have when they found out the most outstanding disciples of their Izimo sect and North Nether sect had been killed? Report. The two old men were stunned when they heard Zuoyu's words. Even Bai Yu Hai looked at Zuoyu with a puzzled expression. He was curious why Zuoyu was in such a hurry to report to the two old men. At the same time, he could not help but glare at Zuoyu again. In his opinion, nothing was more important than the profundity fragment. Zuoyu had come out of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in advance for the sake of Izimo sect and North Nether sect. It was no doubt that he was playing with the future of Anika sect. Yes. Zuoyu responded to the two puzzled old men in front of him. Humph. Zuoyu boy, just tell us what you want. The sturdy old man snorted. Zuoyu boy, you rushed out of Emperor Wu's secret treasure in such a hurry. Don't tell me you want to tell us that our disciples have obtained a profundity fragment. The grey-robed old man looked at Zuoyu and asked nonchalantly. Ha ha. That's possible. The sturdy old man burst out laughing again when he heard the grey-robed old man's words. Bai Yu Hai, who was standing at the side, had a grave expression on his face. Seniors. Before I report to you, I hope you'll be mentally prepared. Zuoyu maintained a humble expression on his face, but there was a hint of gloating in the depth of his eyes. Let's see how long you two can be smug for. Mentally prepared. Mentally prepared for obtaining a profundity fragment. You don't have to worry about that, Zuoyu boy. I've already prepared for that. The sturdy old man smiled. He did not notice the gloating in the depth of Zuoyu's eyes. However, the grey-robed old man noticed it. He frowned as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? Seniors, please restrain your grief." Zuoyu did not hesitate and said bluntly, "Restrain your grief." The moment Zuoyu's words left his mouth, Bai Yu Hai's expression froze. As for the other two old men, their expressions changed. Zuoyu boy, what do you mean by that? At this moment, regardless of whether it was the sturdy old man or the grey-robed old man, they were no longer as casual as before. They had a serious expression on their faces, causing the atmosphere to become heavy. Senior Tong Shan. Zuoyu first looked at the sturdy old man, the Izimo sect's martial monarch powerhouse, and said slowly, "Your direct disciple, Lei Zhong." Before Zuoyu could finish his sentence, Tong Shan's expression changed drastically. At the same time, his words were interrupted by an aura that swept toward him. The terrifying aura landed on him, causing him to take a few steps back involuntarily. At this moment, Zuoyu could feel his internal organs trembling. His vital energy and blood surged up, and there was a sweetness in his throat. Barf. Zuoyu's face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from the pressure of Tong Shan's martial monarch powerhouse's aura. When a martial monarch powerhouse was enraged, just his aura alone was enough to make a fourth-level void transformation martial artist like him spit out blood. One could imagine how terrifying a martial monarch powerhouse was. Tong Shan. Bai Yu Hai's expression changed drastically when he saw Tong Shan oppressing his direct disciple with his aura. Whoosh. At the same time, a surge of aura extended from his body and crushed Tong Shan's aura. However, Tong Shan did not care about this at all. He stared at Zuoyu with his big eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Zuoyu, boy, what happened to Lei Zhong?" Zuoyu took a deep breath. Although he was furious, his anger disappeared completely when he looked at Tong Shan. A martial monarch powerhouse was a lofty mountain that he could not surpass. Senior Tong Shan, your direct disciple, Lei Jun, was killed. Zuoyu said word by word. Boom. Zuoyu's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Tong Shan's expression to change drastically. Who? Who was it? Tong Shan moved and appeared in front of Zuoyu in just a blink of an eye. He reached out his hand to grab Zuoyu's shoulder as though he wanted to interrogate Zuoyu about who killed his direct disciple. The current Tong Shan did not have the demeanor that a martial monarch powerhouse should have. Right now, he was just an ordinary old man. An ordinary old man who was enraged when he heard that his direct disciple whom he regarded as his grandson was killed. Tong Shan. Earlier, Bai Yu Hai was also shocked by Zuoyu's words. When he regained his senses, he saw Tong Shan charging towards Zuoyu. In the next instant, He stood in Tongshan's way. Get lost. Tongshan was furious when he saw that someone dared to stop him from asking about his direct disciple's murderer. Tongshan, who had lost his mind, did not care who was standing in front of him. He lifted his hand and struck out with his palm at lightning speed, causing the air around him to explode continuously. As a martial monarch powerhouse, Tongshan struck out furiously. Apart from causing the air to explode, the force of his palm also stirred up gusts of strong wind that swept through the entire valley in just a blink of an eye. Chapter 1006. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air as Bai Yu Hai and Tongshan's palms collided. When the two martial monarchs' palms collided, a terrifying energy swept out and collided violently. A deafening sound rang in the air and shook the hearts of the people. In the next moment, an invisible airwave swept out in all directions from the point of collision, turning into a vast gust of wind. At once, the flowers and trees in the valley were uprooted. It was a wretched sight. Bai Yu Hai and Tongshan, the two martial monarchs, were in a stalemate. Since their strength was on par with each other, neither of them wanted to give in to the other. Tongshan. At this moment, the grey-clad old man spoke. You should listen to Zhuoyu carefully. What's the use of being so agitated now? Can you avenge your direct disciple? Upon hearing this, Tongshan suppressed his agitated emotions and moved away from Bai Yu Hai. Zhuoyu, tell me. Tongshan took a deep breath and asked Zhuoyu, who was shielded behind Bai Yu Hai. Seeing that Tongshan had no intention of attacking him, Zhuoyu could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he recounted some of his experiences, including the deaths of Lei Zhong and Lei Jun. When Tongshan learned from Zhuoyu that Lei Jun was also dead, he was even more furious. Lei Jun was not only the biological brother of his direct disciple, Lei Zhong, but he was also the direct disciple of the sect leader of Izimo sect. He was the one who brought Lei Jun out. However, now that he had died in Emperor Wu's secret treasure, he did not know how to explain this to the sect leader when he returned to Izimo sect. Due to his superior status in Izimo sect, even the sect leader of Izimo sect had to be respectful to him. This time, even if Lei Jun was dead, the sect leader of Izimo sect would not blame him. But in his heart, he couldn't get over it. They were killed by the same person. Just when Tongshan was about to explode in anger, Zhuoyu spoke again in a clear voice. Who? Upon hearing Zhuoyu's words, Tongshan narrowed his eyes. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. Shu Qing. He was also killed by the same person. Zhuoyu did not answer Tongshan for the time being. Instead, he looked at the grey-clad old man standing at the side. He was the martial monarch powerhouse in the North Nether sect, Feng Tong. As soon as Zhuoyu's words fell, Feng Tong could no longer calm down. His face changed dramatically, and his anger soared to the sky. Who is that person? Although Shu Qing wasn't his personal disciple, he was his personal disciple's disciple, his grand disciple. His direct disciple was the current sect leader of the North Nether sect. And now, his grand disciple had been killed. His name is Duan Lingtian. Zhuoyu, who had successfully infuriated the two martial emperors, said with a cold glint in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, as long as you can come out of the secret treasure of Emperor Wu alive this time, you will definitely die. Zhuoyu swore inwardly. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian, who was targeted by a martial emperor, to survive. He's the person who broke into the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from another entrance. He's a disciple of the third-rate force, the Five-Element sect, in the eastern district of the Northern Desert. Zhuoyu revealed everything he knew. However, he did not mention the fact that Duan Lingtian had publicly announced his departure from the Five-Element sect. Five-Element sect. Bai Yu Hai, who was standing at the side, was shocked when he heard this. Many years ago, a young powerhouse with monstrous innate talent had appeared in the Five-Element sect. Due to this reason, he had heard of the Five-Element sect. When he learned that the two most outstanding young disciples of Izimo sect and North Nether sect had been killed, he no longer blamed his direct disciple, Zhuoyu, for not helping Anika sect obtain the Profundity fragment. Based on Zhuo Yu's words earlier, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He was lucky to be alive. At this moment, even though Bai Yu Hai was a martial emperor, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for his disciple. Duan Lingtian, 5-element sect. Since you killed my direct disciple, I, Tong Shan, will definitely annihilate your entire sect. Tong Shan raised his head abruptly and looked up at the sky as he shouted. Tong Shan's voice reverberated in the air. A series of majestic sound waves soared into the sky, killing a few unlucky birds that happened to fly by. The birds' corpses fell from the sky. Although Feng Tong did not roar hysterically like Tong Shan, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as if he was about to devour someone. His hatred for the 5-element sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met, was no less than Tong Shan's hatred. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what happened outside entrance number 1. Duan Lingtian was also unaware that he had been targeted by 2 martial emperor powerhouses. Both of them had the intention to kill him without exception. Very soon, Duan Lingtian returned to the vast platform at the end of the stone stairs at the side of the high platform under entrance number 2. The platform was shrouded in black fog with illusory formations hidden inside. Duan Lingtian stood on the platform and turned a deaf ear to the blade sects, Empyrean temples, and emotion-severing sects disciples who were walking past him. Only when the 5-element sect's disciples walked past him would a faint smile appear on his face. Senior brother Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian. Although Duan Lingtian had announced that he was leaving the 5-element sect, the 5-element sect's disciples still treated Duan Lingtian as their senior brother and idol. He had killed the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in a second-rate force all by himself. In the history of the 5-element sect, there had never been such a monster. Duan Lingtian waited quietly. Finally, the person he was waiting for appeared. A figure that looked like a fire elf was the first to appear before him. Elder brother Duan Tianwu. Upon seeing the person, Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted her. The person was none other than Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's current strength far surpassed Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised that she was the first to appear. Very soon, Huang Daniu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong walked out of the illusory formation one by one and joined up with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Let's go. Since everyone was here, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 did not stay any longer. They climbed up the stone stairs one by one and flew to the top of the high platform at lightning speed. Soon after, they arrived at the top of the high platform. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Very soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 borrowed the force from the high platform and flew out of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure one by one. They reappeared in the vast valley outside of entrance number 2. The moment Duan Lingtian and the other 3 appeared, they became the center of attention. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. More than 90% of the gazes were on him. Duan Lingtian is out. Among all of us who entered from entrance number 2, as far as I know, only Duan Lingtian has obtained the profundity fragment. The 5-element sect is in luck this time. Apart from the 5-element sect's disciples, the group of disciples from Blade sect, Empyrean temple, and emotion-severing sect could not help but mutter to themselves when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Their voices were filled with envy, but none of them were jealous. This was because they knew that the reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain and keep the profundity fragment was all because of Duan Lingtian's powerful strength. Otherwise, even if Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to obtain the profundity fragment, he would not have been able to keep it. Sect Leader, Peak Master. After Duan Lingtian came out, he was the first to fly out and arrived next to Guochong, the sect leader of 5-element sect, and Qiyu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. With a raise of his hand, a fragment that was shining with purple energy appeared in his hand. It was the 3rd-level Monarch stage Thunder Profundity Fragment. This Thunder Profundity Fragment was the profundity fragment that Duan Lingtian had obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure. Ever since he obtained the 8th-level Monarch stage Profundity Fragment from Peng Bao, this profundity fragment was dispensable to him. Therefore, he decided to give it to the 5-element sect as a form of repayment for the 5-element sect's kindness in cultivating him. Great, great. Under the burning gaze of the other force's senior officials, Guochong took the concept fragment from Duan Lingtian and laughed heartily. His laughter came from the bottom of his heart, and it was filled with joy. As a powerhouse at the peak of the void, he had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts, and one of them happened to be the thunder concept. In other words, this thunder profundity fragment happened to be of use to him. With the help of this thunder profundity fragment, it would not take long for him to successfully comprehend the thunder profundity and break through to the martial monarch stage to become a martial monarch powerhouse. Congratulations, sect leader. Qi Feng was the first to congratulate Guochong. Congratulations, sect leader. At this moment, the other 3 peak masters, including Cha Bai, the peak master of Fire Peak, also congratulated Guochong one by one. Congratulations, sect leader. Subsequently, the group of 5-element sect's disciples who were lucky enough to survive also congratulated Guochong one by one. Duan Lingtian, do you really want to leave the 5-element sect? Very soon, Guochong put away the thunder profundity fragment in his hand as though he had just obtained a precious treasure. With a solemn expression, he asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the others finally remembered. Not only did Duan Lingtian obtain a profundity fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he had also gotten himself into a huge disaster that could be considered as a catastrophe to the third-rate forces that they were in. Duan Lingtian had killed the 2 most outstanding young disciples of the second-rate force in the northern desert, Izimo sect. The 2 young disciples of Izimo sect were undoubtedly the future pillars of the sect. However, they were killed by Duan Lingtian. How could Izimo sect not be angry? Yes. In the face of Guochong's question, Duan Lingtian nodded and did not deny it. Back then, when he admitted that he had killed Lei Jun and Lei Zhong, every young powerhouse present on the scene saw it clearly. Duan Lingtian, why don't you reconsider? Who knows, we might be able to come up with another solution. Guochong said with a frown. He knew that he could not just let go of a person who had obtained a profundity fragment for the sect and made a great contribution to the sect. I have an idea. Qi Feng, who was standing by the side, replied calmly. Just when everyone's gaze landed on Qi Feng, Duan Lingtian said with a determined expression, Sect leader, peak master. I've made up my mind. Let this matter come to an end. Chapter 1007. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the 5-element sect forever. When he first joined the 5-element sect, it was more for the sake of coming to Emperor Wu's secret treasure and reuniting with Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong. There was no other reason. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to continue staying in the 5-element sect. The incident this time happened to be an opportunity for him to leave. Everyone has their own ambitions. Qi Yu was about to continue speaking when he heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the resolute expression on his face. A gleam flashed across his eyes as he nodded his head. He respected Duan Lingtian's decision. Since you insist on leaving, it's useless for us to persuade you to stay. However, you must remember one thing. You, Duan Lingtian, will always be a disciple of our 5-element sect. The door of the 5-element sect will always be open for you, Guochong said to Duan Lingtian in a serious manner. His words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, sect leader. Upon hearing Guochong's words, Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he looked at Qi Yu and said through voice transmission, Peak Master, I won't be returning to the 5-element sect with all of you this time. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Yi Xian. If it's possible, I'd like to ask Peak Master to take Yi Xian as your direct disciple. Of course, it's not for my sake. It's for the sake of Yi Xian's innate talent and comprehension ability. I believe Peak Master will never let a bright pearl be covered in dust. Since he was already prepared to leave the 5-element sect, Duan Lingtian would, naturally, have to make the necessary arrangements. Yi Xian was the one who followed him to the 5-element sect's wood peak. This time, he left without saying goodbye. No matter what, he wanted to give her an explanation. At the very least, he wanted her to have a backer in the 5-element sect so she would not be bullied. Naturally, He believed that as long as Yi Xian was given time, Yi Xian would definitely become the rising star of the Five-Element sect. She would stand out among the group of young disciples in the Five-Element sect. As long as she's as outstanding as you said, I'll consider it. Qi Yu's reply was simple and straightforward. Thank you, Peak Master. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he got Qi Yu's agreement. As for Yi Xian's talent and perception, he was still very confident. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Daniu, who had an ugly expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. He smiled and said, Daniu, all good things must come to an end. You don't have to be like this. When you go back this time, remember to say goodbye to Xiao Xian on my behalf. Tell her that I'll visit her when I'm free. Huang Daniu nodded. I'll take good care of Xiao Xian. I won't let anyone bully her. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Huang Daniu's words. This was because he knew that with Yi Xian's innate talent and comprehension ability, she would definitely be taken as a direct disciple by Qi Yu, the Peak Master of Wood Peak. Once Yi Xian became Qi Yu's disciple, she would become his personal disciple. Who in the Five Elements sect would dare to provoke her? The current Qi Yu was different from the previous Qi Yu. Ever since Qi Yu displayed his strength that was at the peak of the void, his position in the Five Elements sect was destined to rise as well. He would be able to catch up to the sect leader, Guo Chong. Then, before Duan Lingtian left, he bade farewell to Yu Fang, the Peak Master of Water Peak, and Tianji Yu, the Peak Master of Earth Peak. As for Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, he was completely ignored by him. Duan Lingtian. Cha Bai held it in for a long time. In the end, he could not help but blurt out in a deep voice, You're a great contributor to our Five Elements sect. I, Cha Bai, admit that. However, why did you kill my direct disciple, Hu Fei? After leaving the Five Elements sect this time, I don't think Hu Fei took the initiative to provoke you again, did he? It was apparent that Cha Bai had learned from some of the Five Elements sect's disciples that his direct disciple, Hu Fei, was killed by Duan Lingtian. Now, he was denouncing Duan Lingtian for his crime. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him as though he did not hear Cha Bai's words at all. He did not bother to explain. Hu Fei did not take the initiative to provoke him again. Just the thought of it made him feel like laughing. Before entering Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Hu Fei even sent a message to Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect, through voice transmission. He told Chen Feng that his strength was far more powerful than Lu Kai, the Sun Moon sect's disciple, and asked Chen Feng not to agree to his bet. It was fortunate that Chen Feng did not believe his words. Otherwise, the two 9th-level concept fragments in Chen Feng's hands would definitely not belong to him. It was precisely because of this matter that he directly killed Hu Fei not long after he entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In his opinion, if Hu Fei did not die, he would be a great disaster sooner or later. Zi Shong was undoubtedly a good example. He did not wish for a second Zi Shong to appear. Of course, it was not because he was afraid. It was just that he did not want to waste so much time and energy to deal with those conspiracies and tricks in the dark. When Cha Bai saw that Duan Lingtian had completely ignored him, his face turned even gloomier. Although he had already decided not to incur any more enmity with Duan Lingtian, that was before Duan Lingtian killed his direct disciple, Hu Fei. The moment he found out that Hu Fei was killed by Duan Lingtian, the scruples he had toward Duan Lingtian in his heart had completely vanished. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian with his own hands to avenge Hu Fei. In his entire life, he only had one direct disciple, and he even regarded him as his successor. However, right now, his direct disciple, his successor, had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, Cha Bai took a deep breath and looked at Guo Chong with his bloodshot eyes. He wanted Guo Chong, the sect leader of Five Element sect, to seek justice for his direct disciple, Hu Fei. However, when he saw that Guo Chong had no intention of paying any attention to him, he knew that Guo Chong did not intend to interfere in this matter at all. When he thought about it, it made sense as well. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had still obtained a profundity fragment for the Five Element sect. He was a great contributor to the Five Element sect. In front of the profundity fragment, the The life of his direct disciple, Hu Fei, was not worth mentioning at all. At once, Bai swallowed the words that he was about to say. His gaze then shifted back to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with coldness and viciousness. Huh! Duan Lingtian immediately noticed the viciousness in Bai's eyes. He could not help but frown as he thought to himself, this Bai is just like his direct disciple, Hu Fei. If I let him live, sooner or later, he'll be a scourge. It's a pity that I can't get rid of him, indeed. Putting aside the fact that Bai was the peak master of Fire Peak in the Five-Element sect, his strength was terrifying. His current strength was not comparable to Bai's, even if he was stronger than him. Unless Bai had secretly done something that almost killed him, it was impossible for Guochong, the sect leader of Five-Element sect, to just stand by and watch. No matter what, Bai was still the peak master of Fire Peak. In terms of identity, status, and influence, he was not someone that his direct disciple, Hu Fei, could be compared to. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong had already handed over their spatial rings to the Blade Sect's senior officials to check. Although Feng Tianwu had obtained a 9th-level Monarch stage fire profundity fragment from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the profundity fragment had already merged with her body. Putting aside the fact that the Blade Sect's senior officials could not find out about it, even if they could, it was impossible for them to restore the 9th-level Monarch stage profundity fragment to its original state and use it for their own use. As for Su Li and Zhong Shouyong, they did not obtain the profundity fragment at all. After the verification, the Blade Sect's senior officials were a little disappointed. Duan Lingtian, especially the sect leader of Sword Sect. There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's all because of that Skywolf fort. If it wasn't for them, Duan Lingtian would have been our Blade Sect's disciple long ago. The profundity fragment he obtained would have been handed over to Blade Sect instead of the Five-Element sect. Saber 5, the vice sect leader of Blade Sect, gritted his teeth as he looked at the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort who were standing alone. I curse all 20 of their Skywolf Fort's disciples to be killed. Immediately after, Sword 5 added another sentence. Upon hearing Saber 5's words, not only Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhong Shouyong, but even the group of Blade Sect's disciples who were lucky enough to survive had a strange expression on their faces. One of the 20 Skywolf Fort's disciples had fallen into the bottomless abyss to kill Duan Lingtian. The other 19 disciples had coveted the 4 9th-level concept fragments in Duan Lingtian's hands. They had attacked Duan Lingtian as soon as they entered the Emperor Wu's secret treasure. In the end, all of them were killed instead. Sect leaders, I plan to leave with Brother Lingtian and return to our hometown, the Dark Han dynasty. Zhong Shouyong took the initiative to tell the 2 sect leaders of Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian had already told him about this matter before it was announced. All right. The 2 sect leaders of Blade Sect nodded in agreement. Initially, with Zhong Shouyong's innate talent and comprehension ability, it was difficult for both of them to take him seriously. However, since Zhong Shouyong and Feng Tianwu entered Blade Sect together, they knew a little about Zhong Shouyong. They knew that Zhong Shouyong came from the Dark Han dynasty and had a family there. Sect leader, I'll be leaving with elder brother Duan this time as well. At this moment, Feng Tianwu followed up and said. Before she could finish speaking, she looked at the vice sect leader of Sword Sect, Jian Shisan. Vice sect leader, please tell my father that I'll be returning to the Dark Han dynasty with elder brother Duan. Jian Shisan nodded. The 2 of us old men have no objections to you returning to your hometown. However, we're worried about the 3 of you young people going such a long journey back. The sect leader of Sword Sect frowned. Why don't I ask Shisan to go with all of you? The Shisan that the sect leader of Sword Sect mentioned was naturally Jian Shisan, the vice sect leader of Sword Sect who was also Su Li's master. For Jian Shisan, the vice sect leader of Sword Sect, to personally escort them, it was obvious how important Feng Tianwu was to the sect leader of Sword Sect. Thank you for your kindness, sect leader. However, I think there's no need to trouble vice sect leader. Feng Tianwu rejected the sect leader of Sword Sect's kindness. Before she left Emperor Wu's secret treasure, She had also worried about this when she decided to return to the Dark Han dynasty with Duan Lingtian. With my current strength, I'll be able to protect all of you on the way back to the Dark Han dynasty. This was what Duan Lingtian had said to Zhong Shouyong and her at that time. Chapter 1008. Ever since she met Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu had always trusted him unconditionally. This time, just like before, she did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. She did not doubt Duan Lingtian's ability at all. In her eyes, her elder brother Duan was the most outstanding man in this world. Nobody could compare to him. Let's go. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and Zhong Shouyong. After bidding farewell to them, he flew away under the watchful eyes of many people present on the scene. The group of people from the Five-Element sect, including the sect leader Guochong, watched as Duan Lingtian left. Duan Lingtian. Qi Yu looked at the purple silhouette in the distance and muttered to himself, I wonder if I'll have the chance to see you again in the future. If I do, how strong would you be now? Qi Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation as he muttered to himself. He believed that if he had the chance to see Duan Lingtian again in this lifetime, Duan Lingtian would definitely give him a big surprise. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability, he was very confident in this. I hope you'll be able to survive. Soon after, Qi Yu recalled the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the second-rate force in the northern desert, Izimo sect. His heart clenched slightly before it relaxed again. Duan Lingtian is a rational person. Since he dared to kill Lei Zhong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Izimo sect, he must have a plan in mind. As long as he intentionally hides himself and stays away from the northern desert, Izimo sect might not be able to find him. Qi Yu thought to himself. If Qi Yu knew that Izimo sect was not the only sect that had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Even Anika sect and North Nether sect, the two second-rate forces in the northern desert, he would not be so optimistic anymore. Duan Lingtian. Cha Bai, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, watched as Duan Lingtian left. His face was filled with gloom. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of extreme hatred as though he was about to devour someone. At the same time, Feng Tianwu and Zhong Shouyong caught up with Duan Lingtian and flew away. Soon, they disappeared before everyone's eyes. As time passed by, another two figures flew out of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. It's senior brother Chen and senior brother Yi. Some of the Five-Element sect's disciples recognized the two immediately. Nangong Chen and Nangong Yi. They were the two direct disciples of the sect's sect leader. Originally, the senior officials of the Skywolf Fort and the Sun Moon sect were looking forward to seeing the two figures flying out of the Martial Emperor's secret treasure before they could see their faces clearly. When they saw their faces, Duan Lingtian and Yi, what's going on? Why hasn't any of our Skywolf Fort's disciples come out of Emperor Wu's secret treasure yet? Where's Zishong? The 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort could no longer maintain their composure. They could vaguely sense that something was amiss. The senior officials from Sun Moon sect, including sect leader Chen Feng, also had a grave expression on their faces. 19 people from Sun Moon sect had gone in, and none of them had come out yet. For a moment, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. Those few Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort are still waiting for their Skywolf Fort's disciples to come out. The strange behavior of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort had alerted many disciples from Five-Element sect, Blade sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion Severing sect. They could not help but have a strange expression on their faces. It seems like they still don't know that all 20 of their disciples who went into Skywolf Fort have been annihilated. As long as none of us take the initiative to tell them, it's not strange that they don't know about it. The disciples from the 4 major forces whispered among themselves. Their voices were not loud, but it clearly entered the ears of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, causing their faces to turn pale. All the disciples from Skywolf Fort were annihilated after they entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure. What's going on? The 5 of them immediately had a grave expression on their faces. Subsequently, after they learned about the ins and outs of the matter from some of the disciples from the 4 major forces, their faces turned gloomy, and a hint of helplessness could be seen in their eyes. Zishong had failed to kill Duan Lingtian and had fallen into the bottomless abyss. There was no way he could have survived. As for the other 19 people, they had joined forces with the disciples from Sun Moon Sect and Emotion Severing Sect to attack Duan Lingtian because they coveted the 9th level concept fragment in Duan Lingtian's hands. They wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the treasure. Who would have thought that 48 people would attack Duan Lingtian, and the outcome would be so dramatic? With just one sword strike, Duan Lingtian had annihilated more than half of the disciples from the 3 major forces. Those who did not die were crippled. With another sword strike, all of them were annihilated. Duan Lingtian. Why is it him? If it was someone else, the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort would have chased after him and killed him. However, this person just had to be Duan Lingtian. He was the brother Lingtian that the Little Witch had mentioned. Unless they were able to kill Duan Lingtian flawlessly and without leaving any traces behind. Otherwise, the consequences were not something they could bear. Due to this reason, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger even though they were furious. However, even if the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort could endure it, it did not mean that the senior officials from Sun Moon Sect could. When they heard that 17 of their Sun Moon Sect's disciples had died in Duan Lingtian's hands, horror dawned on their faces. Their eyes gleamed with rage as though they were about to devour someone. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill my Sun Moon Sect's disciples? I want you dead. Chen Feng bellowed. He was ready to lead the senior officials from Sun Moon Sect to chase after Duan Lingtian and kill him to avenge the 17 disciples of Sun Moon Sect. Sect leader Chen Feng, if you dare to leave. When the 2 most outstanding people from Sun Moon Sect come out, you'll definitely die. A cold voice resonated from Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect. It was filled with indifference. Those 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples are the best among the younger generation in Sun Moon Sect. I think it's very likely that they've obtained the profundity fragment as well. Chi Yu stood by the side and looked at the senior officials from Sun Moon Sect as he added calmly. Chi Yu's meaning was very simple. If you dare to chase after Duan Lingtian, when the 2 most outstanding disciples from Sun Moon Sect come out, not only will our 5 Element Sect kill them, but will also take away the profundity fragment that they might have obtained. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One must admit that Guochong and Chi Yu's threats were very effective. The moment their words left their mouths, all the senior officials from Sun Moon Sect, including Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon Sect, changed their expressions immediately. At the same time, they glared at Guochong and Chi Yu angrily. However, none of them dared to make any move. Although they were furious that 17 disciples from Sun Moon Sect had died, the lives of the 17 disciples from Sun Moon Sect were not worth their lives. However, in their opinion, the lives of the 17 disciples were not as precious as the 2 remaining disciples. The 2 remaining disciples were the pillars of the Sun Moon Sect in the future. Moreover, just like what Chi Yu had said, the 2 most outstanding disciples among the younger generation of the Sun Moon Sect might have obtained the profundity fragment from the Martial Emperor's secret treasure. Guochong, you win. Chen Feng glared at Guochong and said through gritted teeth. You flatter me, sect leader Chen Feng. Guochong smiled nonchalantly. Seeing how the group of senior officials from Sun Moon Sect did not dare to chase after Duan Lingtian due to Guochong and Chi Yu's threats, the corner of Zhongyang's mouth twitched slightly as he stood nearby. Perhaps, he was the only one who knew that the 2 Sun Moon Sect's disciples had died in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. This was because he was the one who had killed them. Of course, he was not stupid enough to tell them the truth. Although he did not think that the emotion-severing sect behind him would be afraid of the Sun Moon Sect, he still did not want to get himself into trouble. He did not want his matter to affect the sect that had nurtured him. Humph. The 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort snorted coldly. Their robes fluttered as they prepared to return to Skywolf Fort. However, as soon as they moved, they were stopped by a figure that resembled a ghost. It was Guochong, the sect leader of 5 Element Sect. Sect leader Guo, what's the meaning of this? Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, had a grave expression on his face when he saw Guochong stopping them. Vice Fort Master Luo, I don't mean anything. I just want to remind all of you that if any of you dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian, the day I break through to the martial monarch stage will be the day Skywolf Fort is annihilated. Guo Chong's voice was firm and unquestionable. You. Horror dawned on Luo Fu and the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. They knew very well that Guo Chong was not joking with them. After obtaining the Thunder Profundity fragment, it would not take long for Guo Chong to break through to the martial monarch stage. When that time came, the 5-element sect would be promoted to a new second-rate force in the northern desert. Once Guo Chong broke through to the martial monarch stage, even the second-rate force, Izamo sect, would have to think twice before making a move on the 5-element sect. Sect leader Guo, don't worry. We're just returning to Skywolf Fort. We have no intention of making a move on Duan Lingtian. As for those useless disciples of Skywolf Fort, they deserve to die. How dare they kill people and steal their treasures when they're not strong enough? After Luo Fu finished speaking, he no longer bothered with Guo Chong. He brought the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and flew in the direction of the ancient desert city where Skywolf Fort was located. In fact, even without Guo Chong's threat, they would not have dared to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Even the fort master of Skywolf Fort was afraid of that little devil. He was even willing to be her mount. One could just imagine how terrifying her background was. Sect leader Chen Feng, I believe you're a smart person as well. At this moment, Guo Chong looked at Chen Feng, the sect leader of Sun Moon sect. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of threat and killing intent in it. The moment Chen Feng heard this, horror dawned on his face. However, he did not dare to voice out his anger. Duan Lingtian, who had left long ago, naturally did not know what had happened outside entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. Big brother Zhong, perhaps. I can help sister-in-law repair her dantian when we return this time. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhong Shouyong who was walking side by side and said with a smile. Boom. Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue. It made Zhong Shouyong's face turn pale, and his body suddenly came to a halt in the air. Brother Lingtian, you're telling the truth? Chapter 1009. Of course it's true. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. With a raise of his hand, he took out the immortal spirit herb he had obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He casually plucked a leaf from the immortal spirit herb and handed it to Zhong Shouyong. This is... Zhong Shouyong had a puzzled expression on his face as he looked at the strange leaf that Duan Lingtian handed over to him. Although he had thought of the possibility that this leaf could be used to help his wife, Wang Qiong, repair her dantian, he still found it hard to believe. This was because this was just too unbelievable. One of the 3 leaves on a strange herb could help his wife repair her dantian. Was this even possible? This is the item that can help sister-in-law repair her dantian. Duan Lingtian smiled as he said, Big brother Zhong, don't underestimate this leaf. Just this leaf alone has the ability to bring a dead person back to life and regrow flesh and bones. Even a person with a crippled body can regrow his limbs if he consumes this leaf. What? Duan Lingtian's words caused Zhong Shouyong's expression to change. When he looked at the blade of grass in his hand again, his eyes were filled with traces of shock and disbelief. This leaf could bring a dead person back to life and regrow flesh and bones. A person with a crippled body could regrow his limbs if he consumes it. At this moment, even Feng Tianwu, who was standing on the other side of Duan Lingtian and had stopped moving together with Duan Lingtian, was shocked. Her beautiful face could not help but change. In her eyes, her elder brother Duan had always been a person who could create miracles. However, when she heard that the leaf in Zhong Shouyong's hand had such a terrifying medicinal effect, she could not help but be shocked. Brother Lingtian, what kind of herb is this? Zhong Shouyong's breathing quickened, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows. After a while, he finally regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as he asked. Zhong Shouyong firmly believed Duan Lingtian's words. But he still couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of medicinal herb could actually have such a powerful and terrifying medicinal effect? It's called the immortal spirit herb. It's considered a legendary existence in the entire Cloud Continent. I didn't expect to encounter it in Qingfeng Palace. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Immortal spirit grass? When Zhong Shouyong and Feng Tianwu heard this, their eyes brightened. Just by hearing the name of this medicinal herb, one could tell that this was no ordinary medicinal herb. The legendary medicinal herb was actually obtained by you. Your luck is simply heaven-defying. Zhong Shouyong could not help but sigh. At this moment, the depths of Zhong Shouyong's eyes were filled with traces of excitement. His wife, Wang Qiong, had been unable to cultivate all these years because of her dantian, and it had already become a sore point for him. But now, his wife had the opportunity to repair her dantian and could officially begin cultivating. This made him feel excited from the bottom of his heart. The heart disease that had plagued him for so many years could finally be removed. Brother Ling Tian, thank you. Zhong Shouyong thanked Duan Lingtian sincerely. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart that Duan Lingtian was willing to share such a precious medicinal herb with him. Big brother Zhong, is there a need to be so courteous between us? If it wasn't for your help in the ancient city of Everlast in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I would have died long ago, let alone today. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said. Brother Lingtian, that's all in the past. To me, it's only a slight effort, and it's not worth mentioning. Zhong Shouyong said. Big brother Zhong, perhaps it's not worth mentioning in your eyes. But in my eyes, you saved my life. Even a drop of water needs to be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone a life-saving grace. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. If it wasn't for Zhong Shouyong's help and saving his life that year, he would have been killed long ago, let alone his current achievements. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhong Shouyong changed the topic when he saw Duan Lingtian was serious. Brother Lingtian, are you going to help Xiong Quan repair his dantian with the immortal spirit herb when you return to the Dark Han dynasty? Xiong Quan was the middle-aged man who followed Duan Lingtian all those years ago. Zhong Shouyong had a deep impression of him. That year, Xiong Quan's dantian was crippled in the Eternal Jade restaurant that they opened. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes gleamed. That year, his dantian was crippled because of me. That's my responsibility. This time, I can help him repair his dantian and give him an explanation. He still felt guilty toward Xiong Quan. Brother Lingtian, don't think too much. I could tell that Xiong Quan didn't blame you that year. Moreover, Xiong Quan is open-minded. Although he lost his origin energy, he must have lived well all these years. Zhong Shouyong comforted him. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He hoped that was the case as well. With a lift of his hand, Duan Lingtian kept the immortal spirit herb in his spatial ring. The immortal spirit herb in his hand originally had 3 leaves. After giving one to Zhong Shouyong, there were only 2 left. After Zhong Shouyong kept the immortal spirit herb's leaf in his spatial ring as though he had obtained a precious treasure, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 continued to make their way to the Dark Han dynasty at an extremely fast speed. Brother Lingtian, which level of Qingfeng Palace did you obtain the immortal spirit herb? Zhong Shouyong asked curiously along the way. He was very curious about where Duan Lingtian obtained the legendary immortal spirit herb. When Feng Tianwu heard this, she also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. The first level. Duan Lingtian said, when I arrived at the first level, I appeared at the back of a long corridor. Along the way, I could enter many stone rooms. However, as soon as I entered, the statues outside would attack me. Once you left the stone room, the statues would return to their original positions and no longer attack. Duan Lingtian learned about this from Huang Daniu. On the first level of Qingfeng Palace, every time he entered a stone room, he would destroy the statues that attacked him without exception. Therefore, he did not know that the statues would return to their original positions after he left the stone room. That's the same. Zhong Shouyong said. Feng Tianwu nodded as well. Her experience was similar. I obtained the immortal spirit herb at the end of the long corridor on the first level of Qingfeng Palace in the central stone room that leads to the second level. As long as you're strong enough to suppress the other 3 young powerhouses that were assigned to you, you'll be able to enter and ascend to the second level of Qingfeng Palace. Duan Lingtian said. He still remembered that the stone room was called the 4-entry 1 stone room. I didn't enter that room. I was assigned to a North Nether sect's disciple. Zhong Shouyong smiled wryly. His innate talent and strength might be considered good in a third-rate force. However, if he was placed in a second-rate force like the North Nether sect, he would only be considered ordinary. On the other hand, the North Nether sect's disciples who entered Emperor Wu's secret treasure were all elites among the younger generation in the North Nether sect. They were far from what he could compare to. I entered the stone chamber. However, I didn't see any immortal spirit herbs. What I obtained was a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase my strength by 89%. Duan Lingtian said. Feng Tianwu said. A grade 1 spirit weapon with an 89% amplification could be considered as the best grade 1 spirit weapon. It was only slightly inferior to the grade 1 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian could refine. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. No matter what, the immortal spirit herb was still a legendary herb. It was impossible for it to appear in every 4-entry 1 stone room. He had already guessed this. It was all because of his luck that he was able to obtain the immortal spirit herb. Tian Wu, what did you experience when you went up to the second level? Duan Lingtian asked again. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about Feng Tianwu's experience in Qingfeng Palace. The only thing missing was the giant wooden figure on the second level. Or perhaps, the second level that Feng Tianwu was at did not have the strange stone platform that was inscribed with a mysterious inscription formation that could be combined with the broken wood in the long corridor to form a giant wooden figure. It seems like the immortal spirit herb. That strange stone platform is unique as well. Of course, it's also possible that Tian Wu didn't activate the inscription formation in the stone platform on the second level that she went through. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted as he speculated to himself. As for the rest, it's more or less the same. In the bumpy road on the 4th level, Tian Wu could only retreat in the face of the earth energy that was equivalent to the strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons because she did not forcefully activate the fire profundity. Everything was similar to what he had guessed. When Duan Lingtian and the other two continued to make their way to the Dark Han dynasty. Boom, 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 boom. In a remote mountain range in the Dark Han dynasty, a series of loud noises suddenly resonated from a dark cave. The mountain range began to shake violently as though the ground was shaking. After the cave shook, an old man with black mist exuding from his body rushed out of the cave. The old man had a pair of blood-red eyes that did not contain any emotions. All of a sudden, ah! The old man raised his hands and held his head tightly. At the same time, he bent down and cried out in pain. The old man's voice was heart-wrenching as though he was going through some kind of torture. I'm Zhao Ming. I'm Zhao Ming. Yes. I'm Zhao Ming. 7-Star Sword Sect. Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian. Yes. I'm Duan Lingtian. He's my enemy. He's my enemy. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Finally, the old man stopped screaming. His body straightened up again. His blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at his surroundings in a daze. Where's this place? The old man frowned as he tried to recall. However, he realized he could not remember anything at all. Duan Lingtian. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Soon, the old man stopped thinking about it and roared hysterically with a sullen face. Chapter 10:10. At the same time that the old man roared, the black mist around his body began to churn and boil like boiling water. For a time, the airflow in the surrounding air was completely compressed together, setting off a series of thunderous air explosions. Not only that, but at the same time as the explosion, waves of invisible airwaves swept out, turning into a vast gale that blew in all directions. At once, with the old man as the center, the vegetation in the nearby mountain forest began to sway. The birds that were originally resting on the trees were startled and flew up into the sky before disappearing. Whoosh! Without anyone noticing, a black figure appeared in the sky above the mountain range. This semi-finished product seems to be not bad. However, he has an obsession with hatred in his heart. It's still not enough to completely control him, the black figure muttered to himself. The owner of the black figure muttered in a low voice, seemingly dissatisfied. Now, I can only let him take his revenge. As long as he takes his revenge, his obsession will naturally disappear. At that time, I'll be able to completely suppress his will and turn him into a real walking corpse. Then, I'll be able to completely control him. However, with his current state, he'll be awake from time to time. I'm afraid it'll take some time to find his enemy. Whoosh! The black figure appeared out of thin air and disappeared into thin air as though he had never appeared before. At the same time, in the mountain range below, the old man, Zhao Ming, who was standing in the air, was completely stunned. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the sky above him. His face was filled with shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How's this possible? In the sky, after the heaven and earth energy stirred, it gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared one after another. They descended majestically and appeared in front of Zhao Ming's eyes. It was a great shock to Zhao Ming. At a glance, the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of him had at least 7,000 to 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. The strength of 7,000 to 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Is this my strength? At this moment, Zhao Ming felt the majestic strength in his body. His eyes were filled with shock, and at the same time, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. The strength he possessed now was a few hundred times stronger than before. No. My strength doesn't seem to be origin energy anymore. Moreover, I seem to be unable to communicate with the concept. What the hell is going on? Very quickly, as Zhao Ming raised his hand, a wave of energy that was as black as ink appeared in his hand. The black energy continuously surged, and strands of black aura flickered in the surroundings. This power isn't origin energy or concept, but it seems to be even stronger than origin energy and concept combined. What kind of power is that? As Zhao Ming muttered to himself, he casually raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the ink-black power in his hand turned into a huge palm that was surrounded by black fog. It whizzed out and disappeared in front of his eyes. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and crushed stones flew everywhere. Zhao Ming's palm had blasted a bottomless pit in the nearby mountain wall. Even Zhao Ming was shocked by the power of his palm. He stared at his palm in a daze for a long time. This is my power. Is this still me? Zhao Ming was stunned. He was completely stunned. No. I remember that I seem to have been crippled by that Duan Lingtian. My 4 limbs were also crippled by him. What the hell is going on? Zhao Ming's eyes were filled with confusion. He kept shaking his head. He could not figure it out. Could it be that all this is just a dream? If it's a dream, why is it so real? Moreover, why am I here? Why do I have such a strange power? Zhao Ming was puzzled. At the same time, he began to recall. Very quickly, perhaps it was because he was recalling, a piercing pain came from the depths of Zhao Ming's mind, causing him to scream hysterically again. After a while, the scream stopped. Zhao Ming's scarlet eyes dimmed completely at this moment, as if they had lost their luster. At this moment, Zhao Ming seemed to have changed into another person. His entire body was emitting an extremely cold aura, and his eyes were lifeless. He was like a walking corpse. Whoosh! Zhao Ming's figure flashed and flew out of the remote mountain range. He wandered without any direction. At the same time, it seemed like he did not have a destination. Outside the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, 3 figures flew through the air and stopped in the sky. Brother Ling Tian, Miss Tian Wu. Are you really not going to return to the Zhong clan's estate with me? Zhong Shouyong looked at the purple-clad young man and red-clad lady before him and asked. The latter was Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who returned to the Dark Han Dynasty with Zhong Shouyong. Even if they had to take Zhong Shouyong's speed into consideration, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu still did not spend too much time to return to the Dark Han Dynasty. Big brother Zhong, go back and accompany sister-in-law first. As for the 2 of us, you don't have to worry about us. Don't tell me you're worried that we'll encounter danger in the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. That's not it. I just feel that Chang'er's Dantian was repaired with your help. No matter what, the two of us have to thank you properly. Zhong Shouyong said seriously. Big brother Zhong, you don't have to be so courteous with me. We'll take our leave first. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he had already made his move and left. The red figure that was like a fire elf followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow and disappeared before Zhong Shouyong's eyes together. Zhong Shouyong could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. Brother Ling Tian and Miss Tian Wu are a perfect match. They're both so energetic. Zhong Shouyong shook his head and smiled before he turned around and flew towards the sky above the capital. He only descended when he arrived above a spacious estate. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Zhong Clan's estate. Chang'er. After Zhong Shouyong landed, he ignored the shocked gazes of the surrounding servant girls and charged into a large courtyard with an excited expression on his face. This was the place where he and his wife, Wang Qiong, used to live. On the other side. Elder brother Duan, are you going to look for Xiong Quan? Feng Tianwu followed by Duan Lingtian's side and asked curiously. There's no rush for Xiong Quan. Let's go according to the principle of nearest. We'll make a trip to Clarity City first. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke. Clarity City? Feng Tianwu nodded. Although she did not know why Duan Lingtian was going there, she was sensible enough to not ask. Because she knew that Duan Lingtian surely had a reason for going there. Just as Feng Tianwu thought, Duan Lingtian did indeed have a reason for going there. He went to Clarity City only to look for one person. Hu Li. Hu Li, this name was slightly distant even to the current Duan Lingtian. But he would never be able to forget this name. He still remembered that not long after he entered the Seven-Star Sword sect, he entered the Primeval Forest behind the Seven-Star Sword sect to test his quake energy, and he just happened to encounter a small team formed by Seven-Star Sword sect disciples. The small team had a total of 3 people. Hu Li, Shalan, and Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was a vicious person. He tried to harm him many times in the Primeval Forest, but he did not succeed. In the end, he was heavily injured and almost killed by him. However, due to Hu Li and Shalan's pleading, Xiao Fei was spared. However, all of that was only the beginning of a disaster. After that, Xiao Fei asked his brother to help him take revenge. He forced Shalan to fall off the cliff and crippled Hu Li's leg. After that, although he killed Xiao Fei and his brother to take revenge for Shalan and Hu Li, it was impossible to save Shalan's life. It was the same for Hu Li's leg. However, now that he had obtained the immortal spirit herb, he could heal Hu Li's leg. He still remembered that after Hu Li left, he had asked someone to tell him that his family was at the Hu clan in Clarity City. Clarity City was a city that was neither big nor small. After asking for directions, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at this unfamiliar city. To the two of them who had left the Dark Han dynasty and gone to the foreign lands to see the world, Clarity City could only be considered as a small city that could not be any smaller. After arriving at Clarity City, Duan Lingtian asked for the location of the Hu clan and brought Feng Tianwu along. Hu Li. You're talking about young Master Li, right? What a coincidence. A few months ago, after young Master Li found out that the Seven-Star Sword sect had been rebuilt, he returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect and said he wanted to do something for the Seven-Star Sword sect. At the entrance of the Hu clan estate, Duan Lingtian found out about Hu Li's whereabouts from a Hu clan disciple. He did not expect Hu Li to return to the Seven-Star Sword sect. Since the two of you know young Master Li, could it be that you're his friends? The Hu clan disciple asked. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since the two of you are young Master Li's friends, you can rest in our Hu clan estate for a few days. Once I report to the Patriarch will definitely send someone to the Seven-Star Sword sect to inform young Master Li, the Hu clan disciple said again. There's no need. We'll go to the Seven-Star Sword sect to look for him ourselves. Duan Lingtian shook his head and left Clarity City with Feng Tianwu to the Seven-Star Sword sect. When he arrived at the Seven-Star Sword sect, everything before his eyes surprised Duan Lingtian. Compared to when he left the last time, the Seven-Star Sword sect had undergone tremendous changes. Everything seemed to have returned to its former prosperity. That kid, Mo Yu, did really well. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise in his heart when he saw the scene before his eyes. This time, Duan Lingtian did not disturb the others when he returned. After bidding farewell to Feng Tianwu, he changed into the inner court disciple's uniform that he wore in the Seven-Star Sword sect before entering the main peak of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Dub Peak. Senior brother, do you know where senior brother Power of Who is? After entering Dub Peak, Duan Lingtian asked an inner court disciple around the age of 30. You just entered our Seven-Star Sword sect, right? Chapter 10-11. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded his head when faced with the question of the Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciple before him. No wonder. Senior brother Hu Li is usually in Fector Hall, and is now the substitute peak master of our Seven-Star Sword sect's Fector Peak. The inner court disciple said. Fector Peak, substitute peak master? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. This was something that he'd never imagined. To be able to become the substitute peak master of Fector Peak. Hu Li's current strength is probably at the void initiation stage or above, right? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked in his heart and felt that it was slightly unbelievable. He knew of Hu Li's natural talent. Although it wasn't bad, it was still quite difficult for him to break through to the void initiation stage in these few years. Perhaps Hu Li has experienced some fortuitous encounters in these few years. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian arrived near Fector Hall, and he could vaguely see many Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples standing there and looking towards Fector Hall from afar. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Duan Lingtian approached Fector Peak, he could vaguely hear a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind, and it was a swift figure that was constantly changing its figure. Senior brother Hu Li is really formidable. Nonsense. If he wasn't formidable, how could he be the substitute peak master of our Seven-Star Sword sect's Fector Peak? I heard that senior brother Hu Li's leg was crippled by someone in our Seven-Star Sword sect. There's such a thing? Yeah. That year, senior brother Hu Li's leg was crippled by someone in our Seven-Star Sword sect, and it was senior brother Duan Lingtian who personally took revenge for him. I found out about this from some senior brothers and senior sisters. What? Senior brother Duan Lingtian? The figure in the rumors of our Seven-Star Sword sect? He's not even 30 years old, but is already the #1 expert in our Seven-Star Sword sect. The group of Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples that stood near Fector Hall discussed animatedly. Initially, the topic of their discussion was Power of Who, but in the end, it shifted to Duan Lingtian. Their words were filled with admiration for Duan Lingtian. If they knew that the person they were talking about was not far away from them, who knew what they would think? Duan Lingtian naturally paid no attention to the discussion of these Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples. His gaze landed on the swift figure outside Fector Hall. This figure gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had met him before. It was a young man in his early 30s with a determined face. Although many years had passed, Duan Lingtian could still see a familiar outline in his face. With just a glance, he recognized the young man. Power of Who. Although one of Power of Who's legs was crippled, his speed was not slower than a healthy person when he used his other leg to move. In fact, it was even faster than a healthy person. Suddenly, in Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Power of Who accelerated abruptly as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! Power of Who's entire body tilted as his remaining leg fell down. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he moved. Bang! Bang! Power of Who's arms that contained skyrocketing origin energy and strands of green energy slammed onto the ground violently, causing 2 ear-piercing loud bangs. In the next moment, Power of Who borrowed the force of the impact and shot out like an arrow that was shot out from a bow toward the mountain wall at the side. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. It was Power of Who's remaining leg that was shot out like a cannonball. The origin energy that was entwined with purple energy slammed onto the mountain wall violently. For a time, Densely packed cracks appeared with the place where his leg landed as the center. The cracks spread in all directions like a giant spider web. In the sky, the surging heaven and earth energy finally converged into the heaven and earth phenomenon. 10 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and wriggled down. 4th level void initiation stage. 4th level elementary wind concept. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised when he saw this scene. Although he had guessed that power of whose cultivation might have broken through to the void initiation stage on the way here, he was still surprised. When he really witnessed power of whose cultivation, he still could not help but be surprised. Whoosh! Soon after, power of who returned to Fector Hall. Although his slightly robust body was only supported by a single leg, it seemed as steady as Mount Tai. Duan Lingtian raised his brows and walked towards power of who with large strides. For a time, the surrounding 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were dumbstruck as they stared blankly at Duan Lingtian's figure that was disappearing into the distance. What's this fellow trying to do? Could it be that this fellow doesn't know that senior brother power of who hates it when people disturb him when he's cultivating? Many 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked at each other. They thought that Duan Lingtian was just a hothead who wanted to seek advice from power of who. A mocking expression appeared on their faces at the same time. It was as if they could already see the scene of him being reprimanded by power of who. However, the mocking expression on their faces quickly vanished and was replaced by disbelief. They saw it clearly. When power of who in the distance saw this inner court disciple, he actually had an excited expression. Soon after, power of who nodded without any reason. After glancing at the direction they were at, he walked into Fector Hall with the inner court disciple and disappeared before their eyes. Who's that person? I wonder. There's such a person among our 7-star sword sect's inner court disciples. Senior brother power of who seemed to be very excited when he saw him. Could it be that he's some relative of senior brother power of who? It's possible. The group of 7-star sword sect inner court disciples could not help but guess. 2 figures had just entered Fector Hall. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian, long time no see. Power of who immediately gave Duan Lingtian a bear hug. His face was filled with excitement. Duan Lingtian returned the bear hug with a bright smile on his face. Yes, we haven't seen each other for many years. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, your name has already spread throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. No, it should be said that it has spread throughout the entire Darkhan dynasty. Power of who said with a smile. It was obvious that he knew that Duan Lingtian had won first place in the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition and became the strongest person among the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. You're quite well informed. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I originally thought that I'd be able to catch up to you after cultivating wholeheartedly at home all these years. In the end, I realized that I can't compare to you at all. Everything you do can be said to be earth-shattering. Power of who side? In the past, he'd always taken Duan Lingtian as his goal, and he'd cultivated bitterly to obtain his current accomplishments. But who would have thought that when he thought he could catch up to Duan Lingtian, shocking news had spread to Clarity City, spread to the Hu clan, and spread to his ears. Duan Lingtian had used his own strength to suppress the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect and take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. After that, he'd even assisted the new sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Mo Yu, to rebuild the 7-star sword sect. All those years ago, when I found out about the news of the 7-star sword sect being annihilated, I'd inquired about you many times, but I didn't find anything. But I never imagined that you'd give me such a great surprise without anyone noticing. Power of who side with emotion. After I found out that you'd annihilated the Azure Forest Trisect and rebuilt the 7-star sword sect, I returned to the sect with the hope that I could do something for the sect within my ability. But unfortunately, you'd already left when I returned. As he finished speaking, Power of who laughed heartily. But it's not too late for you to return now. Today, I'll have to get drunk with you. There's no hurry. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said, I returned to the 7-star sword sect mainly to look for you. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Power of who's severed leg. To look for me. Power of who was stunned. How did you know I was here? Could it be that you went to Clarity City? Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. I went to your Hu clan and found out that you'd returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect, so I directly rushed over. This time, I only came to look for you, and I didn't intend to alarm anyone else. No wonder you didn't allow me to call out your name in public earlier. Power of Hu came to a sudden understanding. Power of Hu, take this. With a raise of his hand, a medicinal herb that flickered with a green light appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he casually plucked a piece and passed it to Power of Hu. This is. It was Power of Hu's first time seeing a green herb that glowed. He could not help but stare at it in shock. Although he did not recognize what it was, his intuition told him that it was not an ordinary herb. This is a medicinal herb that can regrow your severed leg. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, but when his words entered Power of Hu's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. He would not rest until he was shocked to death. This blade of grass can help me regrow my legs. Power of Hu's face was filled with shock. Although he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words, he still felt that it was a little unbelievable. Give it a try. First, remove the scar on your leg and consume this immortal spirit herb. Then, you'll know that I'm not lying. Duan Lingtian, naturally, saw the disbelief on Power of Hu's face, so he continued to speak. Power of Hu took a deep breath and suppressed his inexplicable excitement. With a raise of his hand, the origin energy that was intertwined with green energy transformed into a saber and directly cut off the scar on his severed leg. At the same time that fresh blood spurted out, Power of Hu, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, groaned in pain. Then, he stuffed the herb that flickered with a green light into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. A moment later, wisps of green light appeared on Power of Hu's body for no reason. The green light twined around his body as if it had a life of its own. Immediately after, the green light on his body began to converge on his severed leg, completely condensing at the wound on his severed leg. How does it feel? Seeing this, Duan Lingtian asked. It's a little itchy. As the green light converged at the wound on his severed leg, Power of Hu felt the pain gradually disappear. However, he felt waves of numbness and itchiness coming from the wound on his leg. Chapter 10-12. Although Duan Lingtian knew about the heaven-defying effects of the immortal spirit herb, he only knew about it from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Even the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never seen the real immortal spirit herb, let alone its heaven-defying effects. His knowledge was limited to the legends. Kai, Kai, Kai. Suddenly, a crisp sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that at the spot where the green light gathered on Power of Hu's broken leg, bones, flesh, and skin were rapidly growing. Under the green light, the bones, flesh, and skin that appeared out of thin air were no different from Power of Hu's original body. This Power of Hu was stunned, completely stunned. Heavens! His leg was actually growing. His legs were not saplings or saplings. They were the flesh, bones, and skin of a living person, and they were growing rapidly before his eyes. First, his thigh grew out. Then, his knee. Behind his knee was his calf. After his calf had completely grown out, the green light dimmed slightly, and the speed of his foot's growth slowed down. Power of Hu could not help but hold his breath when he saw this. He was really worried that the green light would disappear. At this moment, he could vaguely sense that the green light that gathered on his broken leg was the immortal spirit herb's effect. Once it disappeared, his broken leg would stop growing. This is amazing. In less than half an hour, Duan Lingtian witnessed a miracle with his own eyes. A miracle of regrowing a broken leg. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he saw Power of Hu's foot growing out. According to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, even the royal grade resurrection pill that he refined when he was still in his prime has limitations, even though it's said to be able to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. First of all, the royal grade resurrection pill is for those who are pretending to be dead. It's impossible for the royal grade resurrection pill to revive a person who has no vitality at all. Secondly, The regrow flesh and bones is for those who are missing a piece of flesh or skin due to an injury. If it's a broken leg like Power of Who's, it's difficult to regrow it. Although the royal grade resurrection pill was the best healing pill on Cloud Continent in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it did not have the effect of regrowing a broken bone. However, the immortal spirit pill could regrow a broken bone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian witnessed all of this with his own eyes. Reincarnation Emperor Wu had many regrets after experiencing 2 reincarnations. Not being able to see the legendary immortal spirit herb was one of his regrets. Not being able to experience the effects of the legendary immortal spirit grass is one of his biggest regret. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. Since he had merged with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew the reincarnation Emperor Wu's regrets like the back of his hand. Kai, Kai, Kai. Wherever the green light passed, the broken bone would regrow, flesh and skin. Soon after, Power of Whose foot had completely regrown. At the same time, the crisp sound stopped abruptly, and the green light disappeared as well. Power of Whose new leg was perfectly symmetrical with his other leg. There was no disharmony at all. Naturally, the only flaw was that Power of Whose new leg was too fair. Instead of saying it was fair, it was more appropriate to say it was delicate. The skin on the outside was as fair and smooth as a baby's skin. Ha ha! Power of Who, the skin on your leg is even fairer than those little girls' legs. Duan Lingtian laughed and teased. Power of Whose face turned red when he heard this, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Power of Who stomped on the ground and flew across the Tianji Palace at lightning speed. Sometimes he would turn left, sometimes he would turn right. His speed was as fast as lightning. After experimenting for a while, Power of Who discovered something. Compared to the leg that he usually trained, his new leg was even better in terms of strength and explosive power. Ha 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 ha. I, Power of Who, am no longer a cripple. I, Power of Who, am no longer a cripple. Power of Who laughed heartily after he came to a sudden stop. As he laughed, his eyes were filled with tears of joy. All these years, he had been living with determination. In order to surpass Duan Lingtian, he had set an extremely harsh goal for himself. On the surface, he didn't seem to care much about the fact that he had lost a leg. However, how could he not care about it in his heart? If he could, who would be willing to be a crippled person who had lost a leg? Power of Whose frustration over the years had accumulated to its limit. Now that he had vented it out, it could not be contained. It took him a long time to calm down. Seeing Power of Whose new leg, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He was happy for Power of Who. Finally, after laughing for a while, Power of Who suppressed the excitement in his heart. Duan Lingtian, thank you. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and thanked him earnestly. His tone was filled with sincerity. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, he would have been a cripple for the rest of his life. However, Duan Lingtian had turned him back into a normal person. This made him feel emotional from the bottom of his heart. From today onward, he would no longer have to face the strange gazes of others. He, Power of Who, had stood up with dignity. There's no need for thanks between us. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, he seemed to have recalled something and could not help but sigh. It's a pity for Shalan. Although the immortal spirit herb in my hand is magical, it can't save Shalan's life. That year, it's my fault for cooperating with Shalan to plead mercy for Xiao Fei. Otherwise, Shalan wouldn't have died. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, a beautiful figure appeared in Power of Whose mind. Unknowingly, tears welled up in his eyes. He was slightly moved. If he had supported Duan Lingtian to kill Xiao Fei back then, the things that happened later might not have happened. Shalan would not have died, and his leg would not have been crippled. All these years, every time he looked at his broken leg, he only had one thought. He had only himself to blame for this. It's all in the past. You don't have to blame yourself. Moreover, who would have thought that Xiao Fei would be so ungrateful and harm both of you who saved his life? Duan Lingtian comforted him. Power of Who nodded. After a while, his emotions gradually stabilized. Duan Lingtian, you're really not going to see the sect leader? The sect leader has always talked about you. After Power of whose emotions calmed down, he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian. The sect leader he spoke of was the current sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Mo Yu. The outer court disciple who acted as a coachman and had a low status in the Seven-Star Sword sect, had unknowingly risen to become the new sect leader of the Seven-Star Sword sect. There's no need. I'll come back if I have time in the future. Duan Lingtian shook his head and left Fector Hall after bidding farewell to Power of Hu. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Power of Hu followed Duan Lingtian out of Fector Hall, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish into thin air before his eyes. Exactly how strong is Duan Lingtian's current strength? Power of Hu gasped, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Being able to meet a monstrous martial artist like Duan Lingtian in this lifetime of mine, it can be said that my life wasn't in vain. Unknowingly, the astonishment in Power of Hu's eyes faded away and was replaced by a flickering bright light. A faint smile faintly appeared on his face. After leaving Fector Hall, Duan Lingtian wasn't in a hurry to go look for Feng Tianwu. Since I'm already here, I'll go look for Peak Master Qin Xiong and ask her which power Ke and Little Fei are in the foreign lands. Two beautiful figures appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. They were his two fiancées, Ke and Li Fei. That year, Ke and Li Fei followed Qin Xiong and headed to the power in the foreign lands that Qin Xiong's sister was in to celebrate her birthday. Since then, Ke and Li Fei had stayed in the power in the foreign lands and hadn't returned until now. It was naturally impossible for him to not miss those two little girls. Peak Master Qin Xiong. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest to directly head to Alcade Hall and look for Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong just happened to be drinking tea before the pavilion in Alcade Hall, and she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the unexpected guest before her, yet she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the appearance of the person that had arrived clearly. But her eyes were filled with slight astonishment. Looks like your strength has improved greatly during this trip to the foreign lands to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Qin Xiong looked seriously at Duan Lingtian as she sighed with emotion. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he went straight to the point. Peak Master Qin Xiong, I know what you want to ask. Qin Xiong said frankly, you want to ask me, which power in the foreign lands Ke and Li Fei are in, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me if I tell you. Even though I've been to the power in the foreign lands that my sister is in, I don't know exactly what power it is. Qin Xiong laughed bitterly. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian had never imagined that Qin Xiong would answer him like this. He felt even more disbelief. Didn't Qin Xiong go to that power in the foreign lands? How could she possibly not know exactly what power that power in the foreign lands was? I indeed don't know exactly what power that power is. The only thing I know is that power stands on a snow peak, and the snow peak is basically filled with white-clothed female disciples, said Qin Xiong. A female sect. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he asked curiously. Not all of them. Apart from the snow-capped peak, there's also a towering volcano in that faction. When I went to celebrate my sister's birthday that day, people came from that volcano as well, and it was a group of male martial artists in fiery red robes. The volcano and Snow Peak seem to belong to the same power, said Qin Xiong. Snow Peak. Volcano? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and at the same time, he searched through the memories of Emperor Wu, yet he came up empty-handed in the end. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,